meeting is being recorded. When every agenda item comes up, I will let the public know when they are ready to, when we are ready to have them speak. I will ask you to raise your Zoom function, your Zoom hand. That's usually under either reactions or something else, but we can help you with that if you can't find it. Typically the way that the committee works is that I will read a short description of the application. I will drop the application link in the chat so that you all can follow along. And then I will give the applicant a chance to clarify anything that I read. And then typically the committee asks questions first, and then we turn it over to the public. Members of the public will have 2 minutes each to make a statement or to ask a question. We ask that if you're here representing a community group that you have 2 people from that community group speak on that specific agenda item. And if you have other people here or other folks who have voted against or for this particular application, please let us know that in the chat or while you're speaking, and we'll note it for the record. And please keep yourself muted unless you've been recognized by me. It makes it very, very difficult for us to run an orderly meeting if people are speaking out of turn. And just a couple of PSAs and reminders for applicants and community members. We really ask that everyone send in any materials by the Friday before the meeting. It's a very big burden on the committee and the office to be getting things just up until the last minute, and it might mean that we miss something, which we definitely don't want to do. A reminder that we reinstated petitioning this month, going forward, we amended the materials slightly to read that we are going to ask applicants to strike any signatures from folks who are not within 2 blocks of the proposed location. It makes it a lot easier for us to, to evaluate the petitions thoroughly. And just given the fact that we're not in person anymore, it just makes it a lot easier for us. Just another reminder that although community group outreach is, generally part of the process and encouraged, it is not required per a decision made by the CB3 Executive Committee. All community groups are available on the CB3 website with their contact information, and so applicants can find them there. We are also encouraging residents to reach out to start dialogues with the applicants once they've posted their information in the 30-day questionnaires or when the applications are posted on the CB3 website. Okay, and so thank you everyone for being here this evening. I think that we're going to go in order almost certainly tonight. Let me just pull up the minutes. And committee, as I noted earlier, we're going to do the district needs at the end of the meeting. Susan in the office have sent us updated ones with a little bit more statistical information so that we can do that. Okay. All right, so I will now take roll call. Does the committee have any, well, you already voted on the minutes last week, so we're just gonna do a roll call vote. Michelle Cooper-Smith, present. Jesse Beck.
Present.
David Crane.
Present.
Thank you. Herman Hewitt.
Present.
Ellen Liu.
Present.
Alex Militano. Paul Ciros.
Present.
Okay, thank you committee for being here tonight. Okay, we're going to start with number 13, Carnaval, 40 Avenue B. Are the applicants for that, are they here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I know you made it. I'm sorry that we heard about your mother. You're here now?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm just going to go through this 1 second. Let me drop the application in the chat.
Yes, me. Yes, me.
Okay. Okay, so this is an application for a Panamanian restaurant at 40 Avenue B between 2nd Street and 3rd Street. The proposed hours of operation are until 11 p.m. Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, until 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. There are 11 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet of this location. The location was previously licensed as Fondo with a full on-premises liquor license since 2011. I believe they closed during the pandemic. We received several complaints from residents about noise from this, not from this exact location, but from the applicant's location next door at 38 Avenue B, playing music during the summer. And also the office has tried to work with them, I believe, no avail about this noise problem. We've also received visual evidence from local residents suggesting that this applicant has already started serving liquor at 40 Avenue B without a liquor license. And I think that is it for now. Anything, applicant, that you'd like to clarify or add to that?
Okay, in 40 Avenue B, we don't sell any alcohol right now because I don't have the license, and I don't sell any liquor in 38 Avenue B. And 38 don't have nothing to do with 40 Avenue B. It's completely two different restaurants. It's completely two different type of food. So they don't have nothing to do one with the other one. I'm the owner of both of them, but it's completely different. The atmosphere, the ambient, and everything. So, and I don't sell any alcohol right now because I don't have the liquor license. So I don't know. Maybe people know from the neighborhood. I'm the owner for 38 Avenue B, and I don't know why they complain about the music because I have music in the summer, but I'm not the only one. I have Poco across the street from me, and I figured out, you know, me and her, I'm the only woman's owner on the restaurant in the area. So I don't know, and I had to do it to survive by the pandemic.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to just share my screen for a moment. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm just gonna play a video. If you guys can't hear it, please let me know.
So cute. Either. What? So wait, what is this? Watermelon margarita. Oh, so it's tequila in here? Yes. Oh, nice. You can pick over there. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Tequila.
Is that not 40 Avenue B?
That's 40. That's my restaurant.
That's the application that you're here for tonight. It appears that you are serving alcohol.
What can I? That's a slushy. I have the slushy machine right here. I have watermelon. I have piña colada, virgin piña colada, and I have mango slushy. Because I sell mango, passion fruit, lemonade in 38 Avenue B, and a lot of people ask me, "Do you have something with slushy?" And I have the slushy machine, and that's what I use.
Right, I understand, but I'm just that. I mean, was that you in the video?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, because you said that there was tequila in it. I think that was pretty clear. So that's not allowed, obviously, if you don't already have a liquor license. So,
but the person they have tequila on it? No.
Okay. All right. Hold on one moment.
Everybody see that? Really?
So pretty.
Who was here?
Is that liquor behind the bar?
Yes, I have the liquor because I have to show it because this is a Panamanian restaurant, and the only Panamanian restaurant in whole New York City is that I'm the only one can have the rum. It doesn't have selling it.
Right, I understand, but I understand. Yeah, I understand, but it's illegal to serve alcohol without a liquor license. So it seems that, are you saying that you are not serving alcohol right now?
I'm not selling alcohol, but I have the alcohol because this is a Panamanian restaurant and nobody have the liquor here. It's on display. Only me have the ron abuelo and seco herrano. It's ron from Panama. Nobody else have it in New York City. So
Right.
This is a Panamanian restaurant. I want to show that's what I'm going to have in my restaurant. No, okay. You can find online. Nobody have that ron in whole New York City. Just me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm just going to give Susan a chance to note because she's tried to work with these applicants before.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's illegal to have those bottles there. Even if you're not serving,
but you said it's illegal to have them. You can't have the bottles there. We do have the receipt also on another video. But I will say that we've had a lot of complaints, particularly last summer, and it started already this summer for the blasting music. I myself have gone up to you. I didn't identify myself as community board, but talked about non-compliance of the seating on the sidewalk at the curb and that blasting music. And you were very just dismissive, when you heard, and other residents have also asked you to turn the music down, and you haven't appeared to be respectful of the residents' needs.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone from the committee want to ask any questions before I give the community a chance to speak? Herman, Jesse, Paul, Ellen?
I'm on now. I'm on. But listen to me, about the music, it was 38 Avenue B first. Then I had to do with 40, okay? And if I have the music in the street, in the pandemic, I had to survive my restaurant. And let me tell you something. A lot of people, the guy on top of my restaurant, he told me, I don't know why you open a Panamanian restaurant here. It's really racist because I'm a woman and I'm from Panama. Okay, I feel really offended and really, how I do this? How can I go back? Okay, and I feel like because I'm a woman, I'm Spanish, okay, they complain about the music because when I put English music, nobody's complaining. As soon as put Spanish music, oh, this too loud. Oh, that type of music. Why you have to put that type of music? I have to put that type of music because that's where I'm from. That's where I came from. That's my nature. That's my music. Okay. How am I going to put English music all the time when I'm Spanish? Okay.
No music outside. No music outside. We say the same thing to Poco. Poco, their music is too loud too. So it's everybody. There's no music allowed outside at all. I'm a woman also, and I asked you. There's no, you are not allowed, unless you have a sound permit, which the police are not giving, you are not allowed to have amplified music outside.
Okay, but we're talking about 38 Avenue B. I'm applying right now for 40 Avenue B.
But
40,
it's very relevant.
All the comes. It's completely different. It's completely
Carla, okay, just so you understand that in our assessment of your application tonight, we also take into consideration your operations to date, because past is prologue. So we have to take that into consideration, and so does the SLA when you go for the application. So just because it's a different address does not mean that we do not consider it. So that's why it is extremely relevant, actually, because we believe that how people act in the past might likely predicts how they act in the future. So I'm going to actually, go ahead. I'm just gonna give you like one more minute and I'm gonna ask the community, okay?
All right, since we took over 40 Avenue B where we can have a lot of people sit down, we didn't even apply for an open street permit because we don't plan on being out there. We got people that we could take care of inside 40. So you won't even see us outside or hear music outside.
Listen, let's do the application the way it is. Right now, I feel, because I'm Spanish, I'm not white like you. That's why I feel treated like that. Because 100%, they don't make a plan for Poco. Poco has, you know how loud Poco has the music?
Okay, I apologize. I'm just gonna cut you off because I'm gonna give the community a chance.
Carla,
okay.
Carla, that's not going to work when I am evaluating your application. I'm not looking at your application as a woman, as a Panamanian, which my grandfather is. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at your behavior and how you operate the establishment, so as not to affect the quality of life in the neighborhood. And based on the rules that we have, pandemic or not, there are certain rules that you are not supposed to breach. and you're very belligerent about the whole situation instead of listening to exactly what people are asking you to correct. Why do people ask you about loud music and you say it's your music? That's not the point. You could play any music. It's just the decibel of the music and you play it in the street. And that's what we're talking about here. Not whether you're white, black, gray, yellow, pink, or whatever, okay? So please answer us and let us know whether you're going to change your habit of operating the store. That's what I want to hear. You're muted.
Carla, you're on mute.
Okay, this is a Panamanian restaurant. I want to bring something new for the neighborhood. You know, I want to bring my country so people know where we came from. You know, we like music, we like party. For this restaurant, my intention is serve food. People feel comfortable. You can have a nice romantic dinner, like you can have a nice dinner with your friends. That's what I'm trying to do. I try to do, everybody can come here, have a good time and enjoy a good food. Okay, I want to have a music, have it too loud, because when you eat, nobody want to hear a music too loud. So that's why I try to fix that part. Definitely here, I don't want to have the music outside. No, that was in the summer from 38 Avenue B. And that's the only way, believe it or not, I survive in the summer. That's why I got 40 Avenue B. Yeah, I don't do that in the summer. Believe me, I don't want to be here in 40 Avenue B. That's not an excuse. That's the reality. And that's what I want. That's what I try to do. You know, have a nice food. I have a nice product. That's why I came out of the market. And I know people can enjoy my food, my culture, and enjoy the place.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Herman, are you good? I would like to go to the community to speak about their experience.
Yes, but you could go.
Okay. Okay, I see 2 hands up. If there's anyone else who wants to speak from the community on this application, please put your hands up. Depending on how it goes, we might not need to hear from everyone just because we might be able to take a straw poll earlier than that. But Clint, our old friend Clint, I see your hand first. If you'd like to go, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I am here. I'm co-chair of the East 4th Block Association, Lower Avenue B. And Carla, I know you did reach out to us. We had originally decided as the block association, we didn't have a meeting on it. And I know we didn't meet with you, but we kind of decided we weren't going to. There was a lot of opposition, but we decided because of your early hours, we weren't going to take a stance until you've since opened up and you've then become, you're kind of showing us that it may be more of a problem. So it was a little late for us to schedule a meeting at that point to make a formal decision. So I'm not speaking for the block association, but I can say the feedback I've received from the block association. So one, last year during the summer, I know we just spoke about this, I stopped myself and spoke to, it was not you, it was someone who said they were a manager, because you had a DJ setup, not just a speaker. You had a full-fledged DJ setup blasting music for hours on the afternoons of the weekend. And people from all different directions were pretty much disturbed all day. I know I stopped and spoke to you. Several other people said they spoke to other people at the restaurant about not being allowed to have a speaker, let alone a DJ setup in the open streets. And the response we got was similar to what you just said. It's open streets. We're allowed to do whatever we can to survive. And unfortunately, that's what we're afraid of is going to be your outlook going forward. So right now you're saying you're not going to have outdoor space, but say you start, times get tough and you have to do it. You're going to start having outdoor space. You're going to turn into a club. You're going to start doing these things that you told us you wouldn't do in your application. So we're concerned about that. The other thing is, since you've been open, yes, you have not had anything out on the open street because there isn't an open street. Your windows have been open, blasting loud music, even when no one's in there, which again is causing the residents that live around you, whether it's classical, Latino, Latin music, American music. It's the volume of the music that you've been playing. And now that, I've heard from other people, I didn't observe it myself, but I have heard from a couple people that you have been serving alcohol, and it's become known on the block that you were open and serving alcohol, especially in your frozen drinks. So those are all things that are really concerning to us. And I think had we had some of this other information, we probably would have met and made a conscious decision and a block decision. So, okay, that's pretty much my stance. And I think even though it's not a formal position, the feedback I heard that people are requesting that this be not approved simply because of you haven't operated long enough to show us that you're going to be a responsible operator.
Only for them. Okay.
Carla, you have to wait for me to recognize you.
Hey, Michelle.
Yep.
Sorry, just before we jump in, I just want to let everyone know about how to raise their hand.
Yep.
Reactions at the bottom. If you click on that, it's right next to, it has a little smiley face. You'll see a raise hand, and that's how you can raise your hand to be entered. I just want to make sure everyone's aware. If you have any issues, feel free to direct message and you can't find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Okay, the next hand I see is Bruce Smith. Go ahead. Please unmute yourself, Bruce.
She's serving alcohol.
Yes. Hi, my name is Bruce Smith. I live on the corner of 4th Street and Avenue B. My living room and my bedroom faces the side of where the restaurant is. I'm concerned the same as what Clint expressed, that the history shows that there is that they are not following the law when it comes to the use of sound. I myself called 311 twice. I went to the restaurant one time and I was basically waved away. It was a female employee who said she was the manager. And I feel that that indicates a dismissive attitude towards the neighborhood. I have not observed anyone drinking alcohol at 40 Avenue B, but I have walked by, and this was a month or so ago. I can't count the days, but it was before the law had opened up more seating and more occupancy in restaurants. And it was a very full restaurant with not a lot of people wearing masks. And so I'm concerned about the applicant's attitude towards the neighbors, both in safety and in following the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Is there anyone else here from the community?
Yeah.
Were there people that have? Carla,
Right?
excuse me, please. Jesse, was there anyone else who you got chats from that was trying to talk? No. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you. Susan, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, other people were going to come, they aren't, but I want to say the two videos were from two other separate residents, one on 3rd Street and one on Avenue B.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Committee, Clint, do you want to say something? Clint, go ahead.
One more small quick thing, and this is not really in effect, but several residents pointed this out and they were very concerned by this. There was a previous restaurant here called Carnaval that was horrible for the neighborhood and was actually shut down by the SLA. So they were concerned by I clarified with them that it was a completely different owner, separate, but they were concerned that the owner hadn't even done enough history or research into the community to know that that was probably not the best name for her to have picked. So that was just another thing that several residents told me. It's not if it was just that, we definitely would not hold that against her, but it was just something that they were concerned about.
Thank you, Clint. Okay, committee, do you want to hear from what do you want to do next? Do you have more questions for the applicant? There are no other community members with hands up.
Well, I would like to give Carla a minute to speak. She was trying to respond to something earlier. So Carla, yeah. You have another chance to say something.
Yeah, Carla, go ahead, just unmute yourself.
Really, the name? You guys don't even know why I picked the name to my restaurant.
I'm sorry, Carla. I'm totally unconvinced by anything about the name, and I'm pretty sure the committee is also. So maybe there's something else you want to respond to. The thing about the name is ridiculous.
Okay.
So I agree with you there, okay? What else did you want to say?
Yeah. So listen, all the neighbors speak right now, all of them are my customers because I'm the type of person, I remember all my customers, the lady, the guy, the black, all of them. I saw those people in my restaurant and they enjoy my food. So they know my food is a quality food, it's a good product, good customer service. And I think, and I live in the neighborhood too. And I think when you put a restaurant, you have to offer first, good food. Second, good service. Okay, it doesn't matter where you came from, who you are. I think the best thing you have to offer is customer service and food. Beside the music, beside everything else about the name, you have to offer a quality of product. Okay, and all those people came to my restaurant. They are customers and they know I have quality of food, 100%. My restaurant is completely clean. That lady especially, she came to my restaurant one day and she told me, this is a nice, pretty nice, clean place. So if she know that and they know I'm clean, I have a good food, I have a good customer service. And I live in the neighborhood too. I live 4 blocks away. So I'm part of the neighborhood. My kids grow in this neighborhood, okay? I used to be a super in 2nd Street, 183rd 2nd Street. Okay, you guys don't know where I came from, okay? You can appoint a person just for the music. That's the only thing I find a way last year in the pandemic to survive. And you know, maybe it doesn't work the best way for a few people, but a lot of people like it and a lot of people enjoy. You know how many people came to the restaurant? You're gonna have a DJ this summer. You're gonna have a DJ this summer. A lot of people enjoy and had fun. You know, we have to understand, you know, a type of people, age. I understand that. I give you to you because I, you know, I'm 44 years old. I'm not a teenager. You know, I have to understand. I have a mother. Okay, that's a lot of things we can fix, but you tell me because I have a name of the restaurant. You guys don't like my name, and because the music, you guys gonna disappointing for my restaurant. You guys have to look food, customer service, and I have it 100%. I have it. That's why I won the best empanada in whole New York City. Okay, I know a lot of people don't know Panama, but that's what I want to do. I want to bring my country in the world so people can know me. So that's why I have a Panamanian food with the empanadas. And right now we're talking about 30 Avenue A, okay? 40 Avenue B, that's what I'm doing right now. I have American food and I have a Panamanian food at the same time. And the customer service is excellent because if you guys can go on my Google review and my Yelp review, I have 4.7 for the food and the customer service. And I think you guys has to be worried about customer service and food. Because when you open a restaurant, you can have a good food, but you don't have a good customer service, you don't go nowhere.
Okay,
today,
Michelle, we've been on this for 25 minutes now. I think I can see where it's going.
All right.
I will say, yeah, a restaurant which has good food and service is definitely where I would be a customer, but I do not want to bring in restaurants that are going to have loud music and a propensity to break rules such as that. That's my position.
Okay, thanks, David. All right, so I want to take a straw poll with the committee now. I'm going to vote to deny this application. David, what are you thinking?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to do that as well.
Okay, Herman.
Under these circumstances, I'd say move along. I don't think I would vote for this.
Okay, Jesse.
I feel the same.
Paul.
Delay.
Okay. All right, let me share the resolution I drafted with the background on here, but we'll do, it sounds like we're going to be removing stipulations and changing this to a recommendation to deny. Okay. So I'm just going to put track changes on this. Okay, recommendation to deny. All right, so captured all the information I talked about with the number of liquor licenses and the hours that were requested. Talking about, this is sort of what Susan was talking about, that, you know, not being receptive to community complaints at their, Avenue B, at their location next door at Avenue B. I captured in here that a local resident provided visual evidence about selling liquor, and I captured that Clint and Bruce spoke about this application. So from what I'm hearing is we're going to get rid of all of this. Committee.
Can I ask though, for the, just because I'm still a little new at this, what is likely to happen in this situation, given that it was previously licensed, or whatever particulars about the situation? What is likely to happen up at SLA?
Get denied. Selling alcohol is a huge, huge thing. We actually, Michelle, I think you should amend this to say 2 separate residents have sent in videos about selling alcohol. That's a huge thing. You can't do anything worse. And the fact that she doesn't even know that she's not allowed to have those bottles in there, you can't do anything worse. And I would say right before the meeting, we also got a letter from a local business, another restaurant, who said the loud music negative, you know, his customers didn't like to.
Yeah, I put that in here too. A local business owner reported the same. Committee, anything else you want to add or change?
Is there anywhere in there could put, based on those 2 residents, that when the question was asked whether alcohol was served in the establishment, that the answer that the answer to that question was that yes. Is that something I heard when that video was played?
Yes, they said it was tequila. She said it was tequila in there.
Yeah, so the response from the proposed applicant, or from the applicant, was answered in the positive.
Well, what's the question? What I heard on the video was she said afterwards that was her in the video. During the video, she said tequila.
Yeah, I don't think she admitted. I asked her directly, but I don't think she admitted to it during the meeting.
Oh, just in the video.
Yeah.
Just
In the video, she said tequila, but in the meeting, she said that was her. If you're trying to describe the interaction at committee,
Correct.
Yeah,
the video portrayed, you know, the woman serving the drink saying there was tequila in the beverage.
Right.
And at the meeting,
Meeting.
the applicant identified that she was the person in the video.
Yeah.
She was the server in the video, whatever. The video will make its way to the SLA.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
She also, I would put in, admitted that she had liquor bottles in there
On display.
on display in her business.
I have to. The only restaurant have that liquor in New York
we
City.
didn't-
Ain't nobody
Carla,
told me they have
Carla, we understand, but as we explained
I
to
didn't
you,
know
you're
that.
not allowed to do that.
We call, we send email. You guys never answer.
Okay. All right, we're working on the resolution among the committee now, Carla. We appreciate your input. Okay.
Believe it or not, this is racist. I'm a woman, I'm Spanish. That's it.
Skin attorney.
Yes, that's racist because I'm Spanish. 100% don't do that to Poco. I'm Spanish and I'm a woman. We call all the time. We can do that. Nobody answer. We email. We never get answer. How we gonna know?
Who are you trying to call?
You don't know something. How you gonna know? You don't explain to me. If I call you, you don't answer me. How I'm gonna know?
Who are you trying to? I'm asking. Who are you referring to? Who are you trying to call?
We called you at the board. We called the city to know about how we can put the bottles. Nobody answer me. We send email. We have it proof. We emailed you guys. We never get response from you. okay?
Is this
Because
something that you received an email about?
I have no idea what she's talking about, but regardless, I don't understand what.
lady, you are a customer of mine. So I don't know why you complain too much about myself. You are a
I'm
customer
not.
of mine.
Okay,
Actually,
Carla,
I've
excuse
never
me,
bought
but
anything.
I just,
She's
thank
a
you,
woman.
we
She's a
appreciate it.
customer.
I'm gonna have to mute you now, I'm sorry. Okay,
So if I would just like to explain, when somebody calls the community board and asks for licenses, information about what they're allowed to do for the SLA, we always refer them to the SLA. We say, you know, that we cannot give that kind of information,
okay, thank you, Susan.
but I don't know
Okay,
what happened with her.
all right, committee, anything else you wanna add or address in here?
No.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna move this to a vote then, unless there are any objections from the committee. And remember, where the resolution is to deny. So if you're voting yes, you're voting to deny. If you're voting no, you're voting against the denial. Michelle Cooper Smith, yes. Jesse Beck,
Yes.
David Crane,
Yes.
Herman Hewitt,
Yes.
Ellen Liu,
Yes.
Paul Ciros.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant and to the community members for coming out tonight. We appreciate your time. Okay. Moving on to the next item, number 14, 46 Bowery. Are the applicants for that? Are the applicants present for that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. Right. Okay, just dropped the application in the chat if you'd like to follow along. Okay, this is an application for Musashiya NYC LLC, located at 46 Bowery, aka 14 Elizabeth Street, between Bayard and Canal. It's for a full on-premises liquor license for a Japanese yakitori restaurant that's open all days from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. There are 26 seats and one 11-foot straight bar with 6 seats, so a total of 32 seats. There are 2 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet of this location. The location is currently licensed as Joe's Shanghai with a restaurant wine license. This applicant currently operates a restaurant called Chikarashi Isu at 38 Rector Street. There were no noise complaints there. Same with this location. There were no 311 noise complaints within the past 3 years with NYPD action necessary. We did not get any community input thus far. I did not actually see anyone signing up in the chat, but we'll get to that in a minute. Committee, do you have any, or sorry, applicant, do you have anything to clarify about what I just said?
This is Joseph Levy. I'm representing the applicant. I have Selwyn Chan, who's here, who's a principal. The address here is a bit complicated because it's in this very narrow commercial corridor that runs through from Bowery, and there are a couple different storefronts. So the space in question here is actually not Joe's Shanghai per se. It's right like adjacent to it.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Sorry about that. I looked at the addresses, yeah.
It's basically like 2 places, and one of them had a restaurant wine previously. The other space that it's extending into was, I believe, a pharmacy previously. But there are other places in this little commercial corridor that are licensed. Most recently, Nakaji, which is right next door, which has a virtually identical method of operation to the application before you tonight at 48 Bowery. I'd like Selwyn to just talk a little bit about the concept, and then we can answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Joseph. Yes, so the concept is, as described, a yakitori full service restaurant. in the floor plan layout there, it is predominantly counter style seating because traditionally with yakitori, the chef will grill directly in front of you and place the grilled skewers directly in front of the patrons. And so that's why you'll see on the layout that there is a counter style seating. It would be omakase style, so 2 services or up to 3 services per evening, and then lunch service as well as anticipated.
And it's worth noting that just with the size constraints and the type of service this will be a reservation focused restaurant. You won't see a lot of walk-in traffic here, if any at all. And the bar, as you can see, is small, limited seats. It's for people to grab a drink when they're waiting for their seating. It's not, a hangout place, walk-ins, creating a bar scene. It's recorded music only here. Again, controlled environment, reservation only, pure restaurant concept.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone in the committee have any questions for this applicant?
Why do you think 2 o'clock closing all day is perfect for your operation?
So the service is such that it can run up to more than a 2-hour window for the full service. So if we're doing 3 services, last seating, let's say, is at 10:30, it can run, past midnight, and we don't want to rush anybody out. So we don't anticipate that it would operate through 2 a.m. every single time, but we wanted to allow for that window so that the guests aren't feeling rushed upon the last seatings.
And it's also a hard close, right? So it's not the regular people coming in, walk in, someone might come in at 1 and now you're open later. It's 2 o'clock's hard close, reservation only. As Selwyn said, the style of food being predominantly omakase, you're going to have a 2+ hour seating and the need to turn it a certain number of times a night. And it's worth noting that the adjacent space, which has the identical method of operation, from the type of food to the hours of operation to the music to the setup, as well as Selwyn's other places, all have had no noise issues, no crowding issues, have been operated quite responsibly.
Anyone else from the committee have any questions?
It's Ellen. So to follow up on Herman's question, Selwyn, would you be amenable to Sunday through Wednesday closing at midnight?
You're muted, Selwyn.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so midnight would be a little tight, especially if we're talking about, potentially a 10:30 last seating. So again, to Joseph's point, we don't anticipate anybody coming in past, let's say, 11 p.m. But while they're there, the service could potentially run very likely past midnight. So a midnight Sunday to Wednesday really wouldn't work for us either. Something a little beyond that would perhaps work, but definitely not a 12 midnight.
What we could do maybe as a compromise is perhaps have a last seating that we could agree upon. That way we kind of understand what that's going to look like, if that makes sense.
Before we do that, let's do a straw poll on the hours. Committee, if you're okay with the 2 a.m. close all days, can you raise your hand? Okay. All right, so that would fail then. So what do you think? What about 1 a.m., Ellen?
Well, what about this idea?
Oh, you just muted yourself, David.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This idea of a last seating is interesting, given the business model. That would take care of the problem, I think, and it would also prevent it from slipping into becoming, what we all fear is a restaurant becoming a club. I think that would prevent that if the business model was written into the STIPs that it had a last seating. And a last seating isn't going to go for 5 hours or whatever the.
So following on that same question, suppose it goes from Sunday to Wednesday, and then you get Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
But what are you asking for, Herman?
That the closing hours is midnight, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
I mean, I think you just said that they would not accept
Yeah,
that.
midnight doesn't work. And also with respect to your comment, David, about this turning into a club, it's 800 square feet and it's built with a sushi counter that takes up not a sushi counter, but a sushi style counter that takes up a lot of the space, and it's recorded background music. So I don't know that a club is an option for this particular space, just to allay that concern somewhat. And again, it's worth noting that Nakaji, which is right next door, previously unlicensed space, we were before this board when they got their license not too long ago, maybe 2 years ago, same exact method of operation, almost identical size, almost identical everything, and it was approved and they've been operating with no issues.
That's okay. I'm talking about your space, not the other space that is there. Yeah, the only thing I see, it would, for me, it would, okay, if I have to stretch it and I don't want to negotiate hours at all in terms of that. If you could say 1 o'clock, close on all days. That's what I'm putting out there. 1 o'clock closing all days.
Herman, I don't think it's gonna ever become a club. I mean, these guys are pretty, you could
Yeah,
tell.
that's why I'm getting your feedback, guys. So
And it's just worth noting, for what it's worth, that Selwyn was actually the opening manager at the space that I'm referencing, Nakaji, next door. So it's not like he didn't run that show for a while and show that he could do it well in this particular location. That's how he got this opportunity right next door. That's how he became aware of the space. And he's familiar operating in this corridor and doing it well.
I understand, but you give me more information on next door than on, on your place.
Okay, I mean, I don't think so, but I'm happy to answer any other questions you have about this particular space. It's a very similar operation in
Does any other, it's okay. Is there any other members that would look at any closing hours, or you want to go for the 2 o'clock all night?
1 or 2 is fine with me. I mean, you can do 1 o'clock, a couple of days. It doesn't really matter. I mean, the operation, I mean, we all know what that place is. It's never going to become a club. I mean, that's my take on it.
It's also worth noting this is a commercial corridor, but the closest residents to us, we got a lot of signatures from who are in support of this. Even though there aren't many, we got, the closest ones.
It's a different kind of place. So it's, I'm okay with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Herman, there are a bunch of folks from Confucius Plaza who signed on to it, which is directly across the street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think I'd be fine with 2 a.m. too. I did like this idea of specifying a last seating, but Ellen, what is your thinking? What was your thinking? Has it changed?
Not really. It's just that as a committee, the committee that I've been sitting on this time, we tend to not have just one time all days, right? And so that we make a distinction between weekends and weekdays, for example. And so that's been the general rule of thumb. And there is a logic to it, right? There's a rationale attached to it that has worked. And so I'm just applying the same rationale. So I understand that as a business model, there's this last seating, but we still need a closing time, right? It's not really the seating time that concerns us. It's really when the operation will stop for that day. So I understand the corridor. I only live a couple blocks away. I know that storefront very well. And I know the operation, but it doesn't mean that that rule doesn't apply to them, right? That they're an exception to the rule. So So when for Sunday through Wednesday, what would be a reasonable closing time for you?
So the distinction you're making, or you're referencing from Sunday to Wednesday versus Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it doesn't really work for me, because we're not changing our operation between Sunday through Wednesday and Thursday through Saturday. So in other words, Thursday through Saturday, our approach to the business would be identical for Sunday through Wednesday, and vice versa. We're not running a club or anything. It's really more because at any given moment, while we don't anticipate running into the 1 a.m. hour into 2 a.m. Every single night. In some evenings, the patrons do tend to stay a little longer than a typical 2-hour window. It very much can easily run into well over a 2-hour period, just the nature of the menu and additional courses that are requested by the patrons after the set menu is completed. So again, it's really just a little difficult for me to say, okay, well, I can constrain it these other days versus the other Thursday, Friday, Saturday days.
Yeah, and with the limited seat count and the limited head count of people you can serve every night, this kind of place lends itself to being maybe having those seats filled on Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays, because there are limited seats Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and people want to eat there, so they'll eat there whatever night they can get in. And I appreciate your point, Ellen, about wanting to have to understand a close time and not just a last seating, so it doesn't go on forever. But the way that the liquor authority licenses places and receives stipulations is they don't ask us that we need to give them a max closing time, right? That they give us, and it's up to us, to manage everything before that. But that's sort of our hard close time. That's why I thought maybe the seating made sense, because the reality is this place might be closed before 2 every single night, but we just need that flexibility in the event someone runs long, so we're compliant. We're just trying.
Okay, I'm going to re-poll the committee. Nothing that I'm hearing suggests that this is going to be a noise problem. I'm going to re-poll about the 2 a.m. hours. David?
Right, I heard no reason presented why 2 a.m. would be a problem, so I also support it.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, this is a small venue. It's seating. That's their business plan. Their business model is 2 a.m. I think it's not 4 a.m. and it's 2 a.m. It's not that late. I think it's fine.
Okay, Paul?
I'm with you on that one.
Okay, Herman?
What do you want for us?
Are you okay with the 2 a.m. all nights, or are you not okay?
For me, at this point, I'll go with the 2 a.m. My problem is why they're sticking to the 2 a.m. when they could open earlier during the day. I'm sure Sunday they'll be open almost all day. And
Well, we
Saturday,
have opening hours of 12 p.m. all days, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. all days. Ellen?
I'm fine with it. If the committee is, I don't see that big of an issue, but we're not here to make certain predictions, but there has been a certain pattern of unpredictability. So these rules guide us.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to share. Sorry, is there anyone here from the neighborhood who would like to speak? Please raise your Zoom hands. I don't think I saw anyone sign in for this, but. Okay, I don't see any hands being raised. Okay, this is the resolution that I worked on. I think, Joseph, this was at Win Luck Corp. That was the most recent one.
I think that's right.
Okay. Noting the applicant's existing experience, here I am. Hours of operation, all of our standard stipulations, no outdoor use for commercial, no outdoor space for commercial use. Anything committee you'd like to add or change?
I'm not asking for this change, but isn't the previously licensed situation a little more complicated? Like, is this going in 2 spaces, or is that just detail which is unnecessary? Or am I?
What do you mean?
Hearing? I thought I heard
So you
that
mean
there
the
were 2
address
spaces. This
thing?
was, well, I thought I heard that this was going to be in a place that was previously 2 separate locations, and that one was previously licensed and the other was not. Maybe I misheard that, and maybe even if it's true, it's irrelevant detail.
I think it's just that it's a little bit confusing over there. If you've been there, it's like a big building that has multiple storefronts. That's the
Right.
just
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Okay.
Michelle, did you put in here that there was no opposition? We talk about support and opposition. I feel like it's fair for them to say no one spoke on behalf and against. Also, it seems rare these days that no one speaks against, so I feel like it's worth noting.
okay. Thank you. Okay, anything else, guys? Okay. Barring any opposition, I'm going to move this into a vote. But not before I read the stipulations out loud, so the applicant can be aware of them. 1 second. Okay. So this is an application for a full on-premises liquor license for a Japanese yakitori restaurant at 46 Bowery, aka 14 Elizabeth Street. They will operate with a full. 1 second. Oh, okay. Sorry, my PDF reader is not doing well. It will have a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation, opening no later than 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. all days. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will have a closed fixed facade and the entrance door must be closed by 10. No DJs, no live music, no promoted events, no event at which a cover fee is charged, no scheduled performances, no more than 15 private parties per year. They will play ambient recorded background music only. They will not apply for an alteration without coming back to CB3. No pub crawls, no drink specials, no happy hours, no wait lines. There will be a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering. You will post the stipulation conspicuously, and residents may contact the manager, Selwyn Chan, at, I didn't see a phone number. Could you just give that to me, the right phone number for Selwyn?
Sure, the phone number is 347
Okay.
708
Mm-hmm.
2882.
Okay, thank you. Joseph Selwyn, that all sounds right?
All sounds
Yes.
Great. Okay. I'm gonna move us to a vote. Michelle Cooper Smith, yes. Jesse Beck,
Yes.
Herman Hewitt,
Yes.
Alan Liu,
Yes.
David Crane.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, applicants. Thank you for your time tonight. The office will send you a stipulations form probably tomorrow morning. Please sign and return expediently. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Have
All
a good night, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna go to number, as I said, we're going in order. So we're gonna go to number 16 next. I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break. Bear with me, I'll be right back. Okay, are the applicants for number 16, 84 Stanton Street present?
Yep. Hi, Nick Bodor.
Hi, Nick. Okay, I'm going to drop the application in the chat. Okay. Okay, this is an application for a full on-premises liquor license at 84 Stanton Street between Allen Street and Orchard Street for a cafe called Alt.cafe. There are proposed 20 tables with 56 seats and one bar with 11 seats, open from 7:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. all days. Food available during all times. And per the SLA lamp map, I think 31 from our count, from David and Maya's count. This location was previously licensed since 2009 with a full on-premises license as the Meatball Shop with closing hours all days of 4 a.m. There have been no noise complaints at this location since 2018 with NYPD action necessary. We received a letter from a resident at 82 Stanton Street, or 86 Stanton Street, excuse me, which is the residential building next door, expressing opposition because of Yelp reviews about loud music at Library Bar on Avenue A, which the applicant previously was involved with, but I want to ask you a question just to clarify that. But that location has not had any commercial through and noise complaints since at least 2018. We received a letter from the former chair of the CB3 Economic Development Committee, who is also a former member of this committee, writing a letter in support of the applicant because the applicant, she's been going to the applicant's businesses for many years. We received 2 other letters from local residents expressing support, ones that did not live super close, but one on Stanton Street farther down. The applicant provided a petition. The applicant provided a petition with 7 signatures from residents of 86 Stanton Street, which is, as I noted, the residential building next door. The building that we're looking at, 84 Stanton Street, is a commercial building. And we also received a letter from the LES dwellers expressing opposition to this application because of issues at the cake shop, which the applicant previously ran until I believe about 2014, but you might want to correct me. And because of just oversaturation in the area generally. Nick, would you like to add anything or clarify anything?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I moved to the neighborhood in 1993. Walking down Avenue A and saw a vacant storefront that had been vacant for 14 years across from Tompkins, and I turned it into alt.cafe, which was a non-licensed coffee and internet. We had a high-speed internet in the 90s when people had slow dial-ups. We quickly became an ingrained neighborhood hub, again, with no liquor license. We're just a cafe keeping late night hours and morning hours, huge artist community. When 9/11 happened, we sent our team home so they could be safe. And my wife and I kept the cafe open because cell phones were down and the internet was working. So we gave everybody free internet so they could tell their loved ones that they were okay. And we kept the doors open all night, my wife and I. Then I opened Library Bar, got into the bar business. I ran that for about 10 years. Then I focused more on cake shop. We started as a record store with just a beer and wine license downstairs. We proved ourselves over several years. We got bumped up to a full liquor license downstairs, had the cafe going upstairs, started having some problems. There was an issue in our lease where the real estate clause disappeared. So our rent basically went up about 65%. So we asked for a license upstairs because it was difficult for people going to see bands, people not wanting to go to pay to see bands to have a drink. So we were fully licensed upstairs. So I feel like we've really, kind of paid our dues in the neighborhood. My wife is a preschool teacher at lots of people that are hopefully listening to this sent their preschoolers to my little village where my wife has worked for 12 years as a preschool teacher. Used to be on Avenue A, now it's on Grand Street. Our son was raised here, went to Earth School. He's about to graduate tomorrow from Eastside Community. He was baptized at basically, sorry, I'm nervous. It's been a long time. But yeah, he's baptized in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, Collegiate Church burned down. I mean, we're that ingrained. We're like, this is our neighborhood. We were part of Raffaello Toledano when he came in. I'm sure a lot of you will be familiar with that situation. And so we gave up our rent regulated apartment. We took a little buyout. Our son was just going into high school, so we wanted to stay in the neighborhood. So we took 2 years free rent in another building. Eventually that ran out, we got priced out and we moved to Greenpoint. But we're really, my son's been here the whole time. This is our neighborhood. We're trying to make it back now. Nobody expected COVID, but we're kind of thinking it's a good time for us to do something again. It's been a long time since we created a spot that will really help to add to the community, both morning, noon, and night. I've also had other non-bar businesses. My wife and I had Locks and Lads, which was a kids' hair salon on East 7th Street in 2008. That was a great little business. We did cool boutique. We had all mom and pop silk screen t-shirts for little kids and onesies. And unfortunately, when 2008 hit, that kind of business dried up when the economy tanked. So we let it go. So I know the difficulties of running non-alcoholic businesses and how hard it is. And I know the difficulty of running ones with liquor license because Cake Shop had to, and we still weren't able to make it. So I want to set up a company from day one that will be able to, get me off unemployment because I lost my job when COVID hit. So in addition to that, we add 7 or 8 or 9 more jobs to the neighborhood. And, we create a place that's obviously very respectful. With Cake Shop, I designed it. It was a brand new construction. Everything had to be ADA compliant. What I decided to do, because I knew even back in 2004, the climate of new bars opening, I didn't build a sidewalk grate in the sidewalk so we could easily load in everything from kegs to bands because I knew that could be a sound leaking issue. We spent $40,000 soundproofing Cake Shop so we could have a Japanese noise metal band playing in the basement and nobody could even hear it upstairs. So I think I'm an incredibly responsible bar owner. We were actually part of the group in 98, 99 that it became the New York Nightlife Association, but we wrote a responsible bar owner's handbook back then. And I was involved in on that kind of stuff. So I don't think you're going to get too much of a better candidate that I'm hoping you can trust. I'm only as good as my reputation. If I tell you, if I pull a Corova milk bar, who tell you I'm going to open a cafe and then I open a fetish club, then, that's not good for anybody. So that's not what I'm here to do.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Anybody from the committee have any questions?
This is Ellen. I'm just curious about the business model since you have the second floor commercial space that you might possibly be doing, I guess, screen printing studio. Yeah,
thanks for the opportunity. So during COVID, we kind of wrote up this ideal business that we would love, that we'd love to open and we wanted to be on the Lower East Side for several reasons. But basically, I came up hand silk screening t-shirts that put me through college. I went to state school. We made t-shirts and we sold them. So I want to set up a screen printing company that will basically train, I'm calling them young adults. My son's at 18 and lots of kids have no idea what they want to do at that age. I had no idea what I wanted to do until I was about 24 and I opened alt by the time I was 26, but that's a very tough time. So we want to teach them coffee service. We want to teach them, basically how to silk screen, and we want to operate what I'm calling a silk screen studio in the commercial space upstairs. So we can tap artists we like, we can hand make 500 t-shirts of this great, piece of art. And then when they're done, they're done. And then we pick another one. And we can this is a very sustainable way for me to be able to hopefully either, like my other places have been between 22 years, like the library, and 12 years, like alt, and 13 years, like Cake Shop. I want to be sustainable. And I'm not convinced food, having a restaurant is the way to do it. And that industry is really suffering as there's been minimum wage issues, and the food business model was based on basically exploiting your back of house and not paying people properly. So it's even harder to do a completely just food program. I mean, I was looking, and I've also with the live venue side, the model of a live venue suffered so much during COVID that many places closed. So I'm trying to get ahead of this and figure out, Cake Shop was here for Hurricane Sandy. We lost power for 6 days. We were closed, nothing we can do. I think this t-shirt model will help me be there for a long time, but it's not enough to keep me going at a Lower East Side rent. That's why we're going for the liquor license as well. But a big part of it is also going to be mentoring bands on how to treat if they're a touring band, how do you treat your band like a small business? How do you make money on tour? We want to have classes on how to, all sorts of small business mentoring, how to make your dream something that is viable. Now, that's full disclosure, that's phase 2. I'd love to have taken a 3-story building and been able to do all this at once, but I don't have those kinds of deep pockets. I don't have an investor lined up that would be like, hey, Nick, you're a good kid, even though I'm 51. Let's do this great, amazing thing. So I have to make it viable in steps. And that first step is what I want to do is open up, what I'm calling a cafe. It's definitely a restaurant. In my head, it's like a sort of European cafe versus a coffee house, which is just, to me, what Cake Shop was. I mean, we were basically, you just have some bagels and you have some good fresh baked goods. But this is going to be a full service place with, with entrees and all day, all noon, morning, noon, and night, I like to say. But the t-shirt thing is a big part of what we want to do. And, but I can't say it's going to be there in the beginning.
So just for clarification, this is phase 1 where this cafe/restaurant, which is so full service, will have, you want to serve liquor, but you're not planning to serve liquor on the second floor.
No, that would be like eight, young men and women making the t-shirts physically up there, and us holding classes for maybe anywhere from 4 to 10 people at a time. Just how, if we're teaching small business classes, or we're even teaching baking classes, if we're able to put, our own full baking program downstairs, we can teach those kinds of classes. I don't want to sound too amorphous and like I'm not unfocused, but yeah, right now we're talking about the restaurant bar downstairs.
So I also noticed that you guys are on Mainvest and you're looking for small time investors, right? And I know that the amount requesting investors is small, but I was just curious how that might or might not.
Well, that was an opportunity for me to give an opportunity to friends who, have always sort of liked what we've done, but might not have more than $100 to invest. So we're giving them a return on their investment of one-time multiplier. If you give us $100 and you think we're doing a good job, hopefully you get $160 at, it could be a couple years. There's no guarantees. This gives people an opportunity without me giving up equity and without me giving up any control. It gives them an opportunity to feel like they're part of something really special. Now, is that obviously I cannot open a bar on the Lower East Side or a restaurant for that, or a t-shirt shop for that matter for $15,000, which is what that minimum is set at. It was really just to sort of get the word out there, give people an opportunity. And, but I have, I basically lined up 2, possibly 3 other investors. So if everything goes well tonight, if the landlord, we get a good lease from the landlord, we have not signed a lease yet. If everything looks good, we've got our ducks in line when we're not, under finance.
Okay, thanks, Nick. And I just want to say that the second floor, I know you put it in the application, but because it's not licensed, there's nothing to do with the SLA committee. So I appreciate you giving the background, but
yeah, and we will sell the the idea is to have the retail space downstairs selling the t-shirts.
Okay, all right. Anyone else from the committee have any questions? Okay, I'm going to give the community a chance then. Please put your Zoom hand up if you're having any trouble with that. Just DM us on the chat. Jesse, you ready to start timing? I think, all right. Okay, the first hand I saw was David Troutman. David, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Michelle. Michelle, you know that I sent you floor plans of what the meatball shop used to be, and those were plans that were submitted to the Department of Buildings when Meatball was active. The floor plans that have been submitted with this application, from what I read, seem to show a pretty significant cutback in the kitchen area, and I wonder why a place that is so interested in food would be cutting back on that really nice kitchen that the meatball shop had. Also, right across the street is an empty, or almost always empty, coffee shop that has trouble getting customers in. So I really don't think that coffee and small meals are really the big play here. I really think it's more of a liquor type of place. There's concern about the cake shop. I sent you the article from the Lowdown, New York, where it states that and the Inn Cake Shop was hosting 1,400, I think, and 60 bands in that space. So that's something of very big concern, especially when you're talking about that upstairs spaces at on above the upper 2 floors. I have some comments from Yelp on the library. Freddie states, be prepared, and this is about the library on Avenue A, be prepared to talk loudly as the music in here really flows through the bar. Nicholas also says, while we were there, however, the music was blasting pretty loud. We tried to escape it by moving further into the space, as opposed to staying seated at the bar. So we're really concerned about noise levels and the amount of noise levels that you have to have just to compete with everything else that's in this neighborhood. 82 Stanton, formerly Epstein's, is horrible, and that's right next door. But again, the added concern about what the upper floors would eventually become. I'd like to ask that you fully deny this application, not just curb back the hours, and not just stipulate that the facade be closed when music was playing. There's a statement on there about live acoustical music, but my experience from what I've witnessed is the musicians who bring the amplifiers and set up all of the music. And so even if you're telling people it's supposed to be acoustical and nobody supervises and patrols that, then the musicians set up their amplifiers and the community gets stuck. So please deny.
Okay, thank you, David. Nick, I'm going to give the community a chance to speak and then you can respond afterwards, okay? All right, the next hand I saw was Michael D. Oh, Michael, you put your hand down. Okay, the next hand I see is Alex.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, David covered much of what my thoughts were. I just want to say that it seems that given the model of the cake shop, it seems like the end game here is to have a live music venue. And anyone who lives in this neighborhood, I'm a neighbor at 86 Stanton Street, so I share a wall. Anyone who lives in this neighborhood knows that this has become grotesque with proliferation of liquor licenses, and the last thing we need is another bar. So I urge you to deny. I urge you to deny.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Nick, would you like to show the menu?
Okay, sorry, ma'am. Please don't interrupt us. We're working on a schedule here.
It's her menu. That's why she wanted to put it in there, I think. But yeah,
I understand. Just we work on a procedures here. So the next hand I see is Alice O. Alice, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I don't have an objection to Nick as a business owner. Actually, I've been in your businesses, and I do think that they're much lower impact than most of what we have going on down here. And actually, you cater to the art. So it's not personal, Nick, to you, but it is personal to us as people who live down here, that just the nature of, we can't absorb any more liquor licenses. We're in hell, okay? We are in absolute hell down here. So I would trade 109 Ludlow that we got last week for this guy in a second, but we don't have that choice. So I'm gonna say, please, no more liquor license. And that's crazy. That corner is insane. If you guys wanna talk about music coming out of a venue as you're worried about Avenue B, come on down and stand next to Stanton and Allen on an afternoon, an evening, anytime. There's always amplified music coming out the window. They don't even have windows. Anyway, it's already a problem area. Sorry, Nick. I'm going to say no.
Thank you, Alice. The next hand I see is DM Boyd. DM, you want to go ahead?
Echoing what Alice says, and Nick, you know that we've spoken over the years, and this is not personal. My daughter went to my little village many, many years ago. Who was your wife? I don't remember which one.
Judy Bodor, redhead from Scotland.
Okay. So I can appreciate that. I've also raised a child in this neighborhood, but this specific neighborhood, and it is living hell. And to listen to the back and forth about what's happening on Avenue A and how detrimental that is, and to look at our neighborhood and get constant 3 a.m.s and 4 a.m.s from this committee, and approved licenses and unlicensed spaces and upgrades, and then talk about what the SLA is going to do. It's shocking. This is unlivable. We are living in hell. Another license is unnecessary to this area. We would welcome gladly a cafe. Be a cafe. You don't need the liquor license. Be a cafe. Serve this community. Be affordable. Let everybody be a part of this community for a business that can be part of this community. But another liquor license is detrimental. What happened on Saturday night is a result of what has been allowed by this committee to approve licenses over and over. And last week to give 109 Ludlow 4 a.m., an extra day of 4 a.m. was ridiculous. This is absurd what has happened to this neighborhood. You don't live here. You don't know what it's like. Any of you should come to our apartments and stay one night on a Thursday and see what it is like. There is no public benefit. You should read the 500-foot law. You should fight for this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Susan, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to set the record straight on the library because I get that is a bad block and I get noise from that block, but never, the library may be loud inside, but we never get noise from the library. And I've never had complaints from the library. So I just wanted, you know, since it was brought up, I just wanted to set the record straight for that location.
Okay, thank you, Susan. I see one more hand, Irit.
Hi, thanks for calling on me. Thanks for being here. I'm just going to echo Alice and Yem on their opposition and everybody else in the community. We do not need another license. Sorry, Nick. Thanks for your service and your neighborliness. It's not about you. Stop approving licenses, or we're all going to have to move next to Susan Stetzer so we can live in peace.
Sorry, it's very loud in my apartment.
Okay. All right. I don't
It
see
is
any other
nowhere as
hands.
loud as Hell Square.
That's probably true.
Okay. All right, Susan, please. No need for a back and forth here. All right. Committee, do you have any, or sorry, Nick, Nick, go for it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So first of all, you know, David and I spoke because somebody put up a flyer that said I wanted to do a live music venue and I wanted to do nightlife in the neighborhood, and none of that is in the application or my intention. David, you know, brought up sound issues with other irresponsible operators, mentioned the interior volume of library is problematic to one of our guests. Meanwhile, the exterior is not a problem because the way we position our speakers, there's never been a speaker near the door. It's always been in the back bar. That's one, just to give you guys an idea of how my thought process works. DM might remember this, be able to speak to this, but I was at a panel discussion about the gentrification in the neighborhood about 8 or 9 years ago when I raised my hand like, hey, I'm Nick from Cake Shop. And there was somebody on the Lower East Side Dwellers, a sort of mid-20s female that I heard kind of moved out of the neighborhood. She came up to me and was like, you're Nick from Cake Shop. We just want there to be so many more responsible places like you. I mean, when I mentioned spending $40,000 on soundproofing so we could have a Japanese noise metal band playing, because that's what we want to do, but we did not bother the neighbors because we did things the right way. That all said has nothing to actually do with this project I'm proposing as this cafe, you know, full cafe restaurant. I'm missing, you know, I'm 51, 30s, 40s, 50s, 20-year-olds are welcome. A place to grab something to eat and to grab a drink is not really an option too much anymore. That's my end game, is I want people to come out, have collisions with each other, meet a stranger, hang out with friends, have some drinks, eat some good food, hang out, and have somebody, hey, you're a good, solid person, pull up a chair, come to our table, and let's all hang out together. This is my hospitality philosophy and what I've never done before, and this is what I want to do next for my next project. Regardless of what I've done, yes, you know, let's talk about it. I think they all added to the neighborhood. If I want to add another gathering space, I want it to be in this building. I have no idea if I'll be able to take over the upstairs or not. At this point, I'm actually leaning that it might not happen. So again, I prefer not being concerned, and hopefully I prove myself with the downstairs that you're not worried I'm going to somehow put a venue in a place that maybe has a capacity of 10 people. It's like if I'm opening a silk screening studio above Grand Central, like it's nothing, they're not the same thing. So the idea that you're concerned I'm going to somehow turn this into a 3-story club is not true. If I wanted to open a venue, I would take over Pyramid Club, which is closed, right? That's not what I want to do. I want to open a restaurant, coffee service, drink service, and and I want it to be a community hub. So, hopefully that might, give you guys, give the committee an understanding of, I don't have some ulterior motives, like the Corova Milk Bar did. I saw that happen. I remember when Gary wanted to open on Avenue in St. Mark's in like 1994, the Mother's Roadhouse, and everybody was worried it was gonna be a biker bar. And he was the first one to ever get denied a license based on the name of his place from Community Board 3, probably, 1996, something like that. That's not what I'm here to do. I'll never be able to open another place in the city if my reputation is tarnished like that. So I'm just here to tell everybody, and I really appreciate everything that everybody said. And I understand it's sort of a rubber stamp, and I have to say it means so much to me, people commenting the great places and saying it's nothing personal. But I do not want to open a place in Bushwick. I want to open a place in the Lower East Side. And I think my model is missing. I want the industry guy, all the record industry old timers like are still in this neighborhood, and they need a place to hang out too. So that's I wanted to make that clear. I understand about health.
I think I have, Madam Chair. I think it's
Okay, yep.
Okay.
All right. Okay, committee, do you have any questions? Jesse, Herman, David, Paul. David, go ahead.
all I could say for this, that I'm listening to the community, and I have the experience of doing, walking around there and everything at all hours of the night when I'm going from someplace to my house, not hanging out. And I think we have to think really about the proliferation. We really have to consider proliferation of liquor in that area. And like I said the last time, maybe it will need some kind of legislation in terms, although the state needs the money, and I've said it before, guess it's at the last meeting, that it might take legislation, but something has to be done to avoid neighborhoods being oversaturated with, whether it's a bar or too much other business that seems to mimic each other's. And we listen about how important it will make this neighborhood, how it will make the neighborhood upscale, and all of that kind of stuff. And I think we should, or at least the members of this committee should take a long look at what we are approving all the time with all these liquor licenses all in one place, maybe, adjacent streets and everything. So.
Okay, Herman, so do you have a specific feeling about this application?
Well, I won't vote for it.
Okay. David Crane, I see your hand.
Yeah, I would love to reduce the number of liquor licenses down there. In fact, throughout the district, but specifically down there. Now, Herman, last week you were talking about the caught between a rock and a hard place problem, and that is very real. What I believe will happen if the committee denies this application is that the SLA will grant the license anyway. There's 3 commissioners.
That's not true, David.
That's
DM?
No, that's not true.
You were saying that my beliefs are not true. You can please, I'd love to hear, Herman, your idea on this in a moment, but I believe that it will happen. And if I am correct, would we end up with a license with no stipulations, or will we get what the bare minimum that SLA will provide is well, in this case, perhaps not no live music, but they typically will say no live music, no DJs, no promoted, and they'll put some restriction on the hour, perhaps.
Why are they denying Community Board 2 licenses?
Okay.
Excuse me.
DM, let him finish, please.
So basically, that is my fear. So Herman, what are your thoughts on this that are different than last week?
No,
or that makes this different than last.
No, there are licenses that we deny that the community itself has gone to that we disapprove, and there's I guess depends on how strong the community are. They generally will go to the liquor authority and seem to support what we do. Yes, they might support something, but that doesn't mean that all the time we will have to use that logic and say let's approve a liquor license. There's a point in time when we have to take that chance, and I feel we have to, and let the community go and fight their battle on our behalf or with us, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm not denying what I said last, but yes, there are some licenses in which when you look into it, yes, they might give them, but they will also put stipulation of some kind on there.
Okay, this sounds like it's going to be a pretty small, tightly run place compared to what we've done in the past. So I'm really wavering, and I really hope that I don't get attacked as if somehow I am being devious or something. I mean, I don't know. I really don't like a lot of the things that I was hearing earlier, but in spite of that, which I don't think the community is being productive when they start, throwing smack around about, board members who, they're just nonsense.
So
anyway, that aside, I'm sorry I shouldn't be talking about my feelings here. What I really want to do is find a way to stop these things. And is this productive to do it at this time?
Okay, thanks, David. I see that there are some other community members' hands up. Do you have specific questions? Because two of you already spoke. David Troutman, do you have a specific question or?
Just for the comment, this block that we're on is a teeny little block. It only has 5 buildings, but somehow or another, we have at least 7 ABC licenses, alcoholic beverage control license on this block, maybe 8 if the slipper room has a couple. So I don't know what that's worth to you, but we're being overrun down here, and we have in extremely close proximity. We have Hair of the Dog, we have the Skinny. We don't know how Lower East is going to be when they open up, but we're getting destroyed down here.
Okay, thank you, David. Anna, do you want to have a chance to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, what does it take for CB3 to actually just say, enough, this area has too many, and so please do not apply anymore? Why isn't there a moratorium in our specific area, which is called Health Square? And you've read, I mean, everybody here has read the articles, has been walking around, has not slept, has dreaded another place. When a place empties out, why not just say, okay, that's off the books? That's my point. Thank you.
If I can just briefly reply, I'll say that the reason that I am afraid to do what you're saying, Anna, across the board is the SLA does tend to issue the licenses regardless, and I fear that I will make it worse by voting for denial. As you can tell, I'm totally wavering tonight.
Am I allowed to speak one comment, please, Michelle?
Sure, go for it.
David, I understand your concerns, and they're not without some merit. But why is Community Board 1 and Community Board 2 willing to fight for the community at the SLA level and win victories for their community? Why? Why is this happening? Why is the SLA 500-foot judge writing scathing 500-foot opinions for Community Board 1 during a pandemic in support of a venue? Why is Community Board 2 able to succeed with their denials? We don't have that happening for us. We will fight it. You should know our group. We will go there. And the SLA has proven we've gotten better stipulations than you did when they wavered for a technicality or whatever it was. We got less hours, no DJs, any of this stuff. We will fight it. We come armed. We are ready to fight it, but we need your backing. What happened on Saturday night was a travesty. A mob took over the street because there is law and no law and order here, because every place is licensed. It is a sanctioned nightclub hub. That's all that happens here. We have children, we have people with cancer, we have elderly people. They cannot sleep. What you did last week was unconscionable for 109 Ludlow. It was unconscionable that you approved 4 a.m. to someone that has violation, that is breaking their stipulations. You must fight for us, David. You must. You're wavering, but even if you guys don't want to go up there, we will go up there. We will get our elected officials to write the letters. We'll do whatever it takes. We cannot continue to live like this. It is out of control. We have, Susan Stetzer said that it's beyond the NYPD. If the NYPD can't do this, who's going to help us? No one. Please don't waver on this. Last week was atrocious, the votes. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Susan, I see your hand if you'd like to address anything technical about the SLA.
Yeah, first of all, moratoriums are illegal. CB3 had one many years ago, and I actually was on the board, and it was illegal. So we can't do that. And, just to address how the SLA, what they will do, it very much depends on one, as everyone knows, the history of the place, whether it's a place that has had problems, whether they've had complaints, and the nature of the license. Is it a bar? Is it a bar with, bands and concert level music? So without saying anything about this specific one, but addressing the things that David Crane said, has there been a history of complaints? Has it been licensed? Is it adding a new license? And what is the nature of this specific business and their hours? That is what they look at.
Thanks, Susan. Okay.
Speakers.
Do you have something very specific? Because we've heard a lot from you already, Nick. So
okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that this is no confusion. Like, I looked at this as, my opportunity to be invited into the community. So I put in there, wouldn't it be fun to do like in-store records at acoustic level that we used to do at record stores? So I will be perfectly happy to sign something saying I will not do live music. That's not what my plan is. And I think that might have skewed some things with the community, because people that actually knew what I was going to do, like there were 2 letters I know were written. I just want to say this because I feel for Hell Square, one of the people that spoke in support of me, in addition to the 7 people that live in one of the only 2 residential buildings on that block, because it's a commercial block, is another reason why it's appealing to me, because it isn't population density with lots of neighbors upstairs or people.
Oh my God.
So, it wasn't read in public, but I do have support. One of the people in that letter, I thought, said the greatest line. She was like, talking about me and my family, what we can bring to this block. She said, this is her lines. I wish I had I said, we're going to bring a little bit of heaven to Hell Square. And I was like, that should be our first t-shirt then, because it's pretty amazing. And I think we can add a safe space for adults to hang out at and add to that specific block. That's why it's the only one I'm interested in doing so.
Okay, thanks, Nick. All right, I'm going to turn this over to the committee now. It's getting late. We have 3 more applications after this. Ellen, Paul, Jesse.
It's Ellen.
Hey,
it's a little, I mean, I wish that this applicant didn't have to choose a location that is not licensed, right? That really is.
But it was licensed previously till 4 a.m.
It was, but it expired, right? And so it really puts us back in a quandary, and it's on the block that is so heavily saturated within Hell Square. So the location is a real pickle for us and for me, especially because it really puts the onus on, even more so on the community and on the residents to police these establishments, etc. things that we have already covered. So yeah, I'm not enthusiastic about supporting.
Okay. Jesse, David, Paul.
Just go ahead, Jess.
No, I wanted to hear from you. That's what I was going to suggest. One of you two.
I don't know. Go ahead, Paul.
I mean, it wasn't licensed locations prior to this, so I mean, it's been there forever. I mean, I used to live there when the meatball shop opened up. I get what DM is saying, though. It is a fucking shit show. So this is a hard one. I mean, Nick, you're putting us in a bind here. You know, you're a good operator, and I'd rather have a good operator than a bad operator. I'll be honest with you. Because no matter what, and I know what DM's gonna say on this, yes, but it was a prior location. You're probably gonna get it anyway. You have to do a compromise in the hours. Definitely, we're not even talking about live music, or even like loud music, or even the second floor. I'm not even talking about that. That's my take on it. But what is the hours that you want to operate?
7:30.
I know what the application is, Nick, but what's the lowest you can do?
Yeah, no, that's a
12
fair.
a.m. Sunday, 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, something like that.
Well, here's the thing. So I've heard, and it's funny because I wrote some notes just sort of being in on the meetings, you know, and Paul, you know, we don't know each other. I don't know you, but I know you're in the business. And it was like, you're not going to make any money. I heard you say in one meeting, you're not going to make any money between, I think 2 and 4 might have been, maybe 3 and 4, maybe 1 and 4. But, you know, for running places, I know I can, I put every chair is worth X amount to me. If I can make $20 an hour, $40 an hour, $60 an hour in that chair, and I have people in there. So I feel, and after running a fully licensed bar with 2 full liquors that did not make it. The reason we didn't make it is because we were a music venue. We added a gluten-free food program and brought in a chef the last year at Cake Shop, and nobody wanted to buy food at Cake Shop because we were already established. This is as a music venue. This I have an opportunity to do something new from the beginning, and I don't want to fail. If I close at midnight, I would have to sell a hell of a lot of coffee in the morning to be able to make it.
Nick, 3 of my places close 12 and 11 o'clock. And we do okay. I mean, not during the pandemic, but we do okay. So don't talk to me about the hours. She's right when she says it. I used to live there. She's right. I mean, it's no better down here now. I'm on Monroe Street, but DM is right when she says it's a shit show. And if you add another one, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're a really good guy. You come with a lot of accommodations, and I love the people that recommend you. But as a human being too, I understand what the community is saying. And I do not believe that past 12, 1 o'clock, you know, you need to make money. No one makes money past 1 o'clock. Just trust me on this. I mean, you could say whatever.
Numbers at some places.
Whatever. It's like, I mean, if, you know, then people either can't use a calculator or can't do the math. I'm being honest with you. And like,
no, yeah, and again, I don't want to be difficult, man. Like, I'm not going to come here and say I'm gonna set up a place for chefs where they're all going to come. And I'm not doing that. I just want to be able to make some money.
Nick, I'm no better than you, but we also have to listen to the community because it's becoming a problem. And you know.
Yeah, and you know, I know I'm getting the sense some people are on the fence. I can't quantitate this, but I'm willing to go on the record and be like, if somebody is at the meatball shop, I don't recall whoever was at 82 Stanton before, like Epstein's, having this super deep bass music when meatball shop was there. And I'm an old school guy. I'm not saying I wouldn't have anything other than a conversation with the operator, but be like, this is very irresponsible. And I know I would lose customers of my, you know, older crowd that wants to listen to good playlists that, Nick Zinner from the Yeah put a playlist together, because then that music would scare away all my customers. So that's something I have to deal with, like the resident, and like, I think I can help it, but I don't want to get to talking.
All right, Nick, I apologize. We just really need to start wrapping this up because it's getting very late. We have 3 more applications, as I noted. So, all right.
I'll just say one thing. Probably it won't be helpful, but say it anyway. And it's that area, like, residents are right, and we all know that. And there is not one application that's come before me since I've been on for the last 3 years or so that has been supported in that area because of the oversaturation, the living conditions down there. It's very clear that we had a painting wine place apply, and they were not approved and had to move. So knowing that there's nothing down there, it's trying. The community would rather, at least the community that shows up here, would rather remove the license and kind of try and desaturate that area. At the same time, it's a good actor, and everyone's saying it's a good actor. And I feel why I think everyone is equivocating is because we're all trying to weigh a lot of things right now. Everyone's saying he's a good actor. He's the dad. He's been around in the area for years. He's run a business. He's got a good reputation. Like, I don't know if having putting him in maybe less hours is a detriment, but it's not that we're not hearing the community. It's not that we're not hearing all of this. I think we're all just trying to have this conversation, at least on the board now.
Yeah,
Thanks, Jeff. Nick, it's for the committee now. Thank you. David, go ahead. David Crane.
Yeah. I want us to deny this tonight. I don't think the situation can get worse at that location, whether the license is ultimately approved by the SLA or not. What I'm saying is that this is not the worst application we've ever seen. So if they get a license, I don't think it will actually get worse. I'd like to hope that, but I want to vote to deny it because I want to know if we can create a tool to desaturate the area, to use your phrase, Jesse. I trust that the LES dwellers will go up and fight this, and we'll make a compelling case. And if they convince 2 of the commissioners to vote no, I've told you earlier that I believe.
I'm not going to go to SLA.
Okay, Nick.
Just so you know.
Okay, that's very sweet.
Hold on.
That's very sweet, Nick. But if it had gone up to the SLA, we would learn something about the constitution of the SLA today. Anyway, that's my reasoning.
Okay, thanks, David. All right, I'm going to take a straw poll on this again. A question about whether you would approve or deny. All right. Jesse, I think have you finished equivocating?
No.
Alphabetical order. David, have you finished equivocating? Oh no, I guess you're.
Oh yeah, I want to deny.
Okay. Ellen.
Deny.
Okay. Herman.
Deny.
Okay.
There's the answer.
What?
There's the answer. It's a
Well, that's 3 people.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul.
I'm leaning towards yes. Paul.
Yes, with less hours.
Okay. Jesse.
I would do yes with less hours.
Okay. All right, like 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that would leave us split unless someone wants to change their mind about the hours being a change for them, which is fine.
Yeah,
nope, sorry, Nick, not for you. Does anyone from the committee, would the hours change their opinion or no?
Does someone want to speak directly to what I said and say why I'm wrong, maybe? Because I think maybe you might convince yourself that I'm right by doing so. The
Wait,
three,
sorry,
the
say it
three
again?
who are speaking, the three who just said that they, would be interested in improving with less hours. Could one of you speak directly to what I was saying? Because I think maybe when you try to explain why you believe I'm wrong, you might decide I was right.
I thought you were right. I never said you were wrong.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you think that you want to use.
But you don't want to vote to deny?
What to deny if the hours are less? No, I think if the hours are less, I mean, something's gonna go there anyway. I'd rather have it less with Nick than somebody with a lot of money that's gonna just plow through this. And I'm not saying this like we talk about it all the time, like, oh no, oh, the world's coming to an end, let's vote yes, because no. I think Nick is a good operator. I think the hours should definitely be less, and so be it. And maybe he'll fucking, curb Epstein's too while he's at it. That shit show in the corner. Well, you know what? I didn't vote for Epstein's, and if it was my choice, that place would have been burned a long time ago. So
I'd love to buy it if I could.
That's not an official threat, just for anyone watching. All right. All right, committee, I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I've written here. And Nick, just a reminder, this is committee only, please. So goes for everybody besides the committee. Okay. The other thing we didn't talk about committee was the incidental live music. I think we should probably get rid of that for now. That's my opinion, at least.
no, there's no live music whatsoever.
Yeah, okay. Jesse, any opposition to that?
No, no live music.
Okay.
And no DJs, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. I recorded all of the various opposition and support. There are people I dropped in the chat and I just have not been able to look at that, but I will have a note to myself to include that. There were a decent number of people who were against it in the chat. Stipulations are the basic stipulations that we always have with this change of the hours. Food during all hours of operation. Anyone want to add anything else to the committee? Okay. All right. Before we vote on this, I'm going to read through the proposed stipulations. Nick, please let us know if anything doesn't. Yeah, just so you know, this is for your transparency. It's an application for a liquor, wine, and beer license at 84 Stanton Street. You'll operate a full-service restaurant, cafe, with a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation, which will be 7:30 a.m. To 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, and 7:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. You will install soundproofing as necessary. You will close your front and rear facade doors at 10 p.m. No live music, no DJs, no promoted events, no events at which a cover fee is charged, and no scheduled performances. You'll play ambient recorded background music only. You will not apply for an alteration without coming back to us.
What's the final hour, Michelle? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, all right. Did I mute myself by accident? Could you not hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Sorry, did I? Wow, how'd that happen?
Oh, we heard the beginning. I think it's just the hours he was saying.
Okay, 7:30 to 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 7:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. You will not use commercial space for outdoor space for commercial use. Install soundproofing as necessary. You will close any rear or facade doors at 10 p.m. No DJs, no live music, no promoted events, no event in which a cover fee is charged, no scheduled performances. You'll play ambient recorded background music only. You'll not apply for an alteration without coming back. You'll not seek a change in class without coming back. No pub crawls, no unlimited drink specials, No, if you have a happy hour, will end at 8, no wait lines. You have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds. You'll post a stipulation outside the business and any complaints will be addressed immediately. All right, committee, anything else? Okay. No further opposition or requests. I'm going to move this to a vote. Reminder, you're voting on a application to approve with stipulations. Michelle Cooper Smith, yes. Jesse Beck,
Yes.
David Crane,
No.
What,
Paul Saros. Oh, sorry, Paul.
Michelle, I'm so sorry. It's crazy around here. Can you tell me the hours again? I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
7:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday. 7:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay, Paul.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. Ellen Liu.
No.
Herman Hewitt.
No.
Okay, so this resolution does not pass with a 3-3 vote. It'll go to the full board where it will receive another vote on Tuesday, the 22nd. Susan, in this situation, what do we do about stipulations?
Well, it didn't, I can wait and see what happens at the full board. I mean, it's not that he's refusing to sign the stipulations. It's different. It's the board's refusing to vote for the stipulations.
That's what I'm asking. So do we send them the stipulations or no? Preemptively?
No, we won't. Because we didn't, we send stipulations. If we ask them to sign and they don't, well, then we'll say we're denied because he didn't sign the attached stipulations.
Right, I understand. So we're going to wait until the full board votes to send in the stipulations. I just wanted to make sure that Nick knows what's
So
happening.
we would not send the stipulations with this one because it's not, he's not refusing to sign them. It's the board's not supporting him.
Right, but if the full board passes this resolution, will he get stipulations or no?
If the board, oh, yes, the board would vote to, if the board votes to approve with stipulations, yes.
Okay, all right.
That's what you're saying, yes.
So that won't happen until next week, Nick, all right?
Exactly.
Yeah, just because I haven't got far, I don't have an attorney. So it was a push, it was 3-3.
Right.
Correct.
So it's just sort of considered out there in the ether still?
Correct.
Okay, and then my next obligation is to do this again at the full board.
No, you will not be heard at the full board. The full board gets an opportunity to vote on this resolution.
Right.
You can speak for 2 minutes.
You can speak for 2 minutes during the public session, but it's not going to be the same as this.
Right, so the public will have an opportunity that wasn't perhaps at this meeting to
The
speak
Community
on it.
Board 3 has a public session at the beginning of every meeting where members of the public can speak for 2 minutes each on any given agenda item, which this is. 4 people can speak against and 4 people can speak in support for 2 minutes each.
So can you recommend that I have?
Do you mind emailing Susan with any, and me with any other additional questions, just so we can move on?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you to everyone who came out. Thank you to the committee for considering this. Thank you, Nick. All right. Moving on to the next item, number 17, Lullaby. Are the applicants here?
Sorry, we were muted. Hi, how's it going? Hello.
Hi, okay. I'm gonna drop the questionnaire in the chat for everyone.
Hi all, I'm their attorney, Harry Callion. How are you?
Hi.
And I have Jake Hodas and Harrison Snow.
Harrison
are
here.
the applicants. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, so I'm just going to read through the highlights of the application, then you will get a chance to clarify or add anything. So this is a application for a full on-premises liquor license at 151 Rivington Street between Suffolk and Clinton Street for Lullaby Downtown LLC, doing business as Lullaby. It's an application for it's below street level if you've ever been there, for 7 tables and 34 seats with 1 bar with 12 seats. Hours of operation 12 p.m. to 4 a.m. all days. Cold appetizer food, no TV, ambient background recorded music. There are 17 licenses within 500 feet of this. This license, the location was most recently licensed since May 2014. with closing hours of 4 a.m. all days. I believe that they closed during the pandemic. This applicant has never been a license holder, but according to his resume, has been doing this sort of work for 10 years and was a bar manager in Boston until now, I guess. We have a record of 2 commercial noise complaints at this location with NYPD action in the past 3 years. I saw people signing into the chat in opposition to this, but I don't believe we received, I think we received 1 letter in opposition. Yeah, that's it. Anything applicant that I missed?
We did submit about 6 pages in petition signatures, and we submitted an additional 2 today. We also were communicating with, forgive me, I believe her name is Breyer from the Block Association regarding some proposed stipulations. We had indicated that the applicants are open to some stipulations. Just one piece of blocking and tackling. The maximum occupancy here is 74, but there's 34. 34 is the number of seats. I think I thought we had that, but we did correct that application. So this space was nightcap, and again, it's been licensed since 2014. This is the exact same method of operation. It's a sub-level space with no windows. You walk down staircase. It's underneath the izakaya restaurant. There's no, this is a non-open flame, so it's all cold prep food. They're a cocktail bar. They're applying for a bar tavern that's similar to nightcap. Again, the same method of operation. It's a cocktail bar. It's reservation only through, they have a texting app where the customers make a reservation and then come and have a cocktail. Jake and Harrison have been, they're young guys. We're saying exactly what the application is. They are, this is a cocktail bar. They're young guys who really, have been part of the New York City hospitality industry. They've been working in places. This is their first place that they're doing themselves. And obviously everybody needs their first location. This is previously licensed. The community knows this location well. And again, it's sub-level. It's quiet background music only, reservation only. And again, they're here to talk about the application, talk about their experience. And I guess I'll hand it over to them so they can kind of describe, tell you about themselves and about the proposed location.
Okay, and do you mind just keeping it a little bit brief? It's already 8:30 and we will have questions probably, so thank you.
Sorry if you guys just do very quickly, maybe 30 seconds here. If you tell them about your background.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time to sit down and give us the opportunity to tell you about ourselves. So I grew up uptown, born and raised in New York. I grew up way up there on Dyckman. I went to school on the Lower East Side. I went to ICE in the old Stuyvesant building. I don't know if you guys are familiar. And yeah, I spent a lot of my formative years, down here running around the neighborhood. And, I've seen the way it's changed over the years in all the inevitable, but also like not so inevitable ways that New York changes. And, I've seen the city be sold to NYU, and I've seen the Lower East Side turn into frat row. And so like, it makes me sad, as I'm sure it does you too. So I maybe share that sentiment. Coming out of this last year, it's been, extremely change filled and turbulent for everyone. And I'm kind of humbled by the opportunity to participate in a new stage of change in a positive way, like the revitalization of a neighborhood that gave me a lot growing up, and be able to contribute to that change in a positive way, a way that represents the things that I love about the Lower East Side and all the things that, I love about New York. We want this to be a neighborhood spot, somewhere anyone can walk into and feel comfortable, where you guys know our names, we know yours. And that's like integral. That's what's most important to this project and to the identity of Lullaby is community. And so, we're going to serve great drinks, and we hope that's something that people come to us for. But ultimately what makes me fall in love with the place is, and this is any place, not just a bar or a restaurant, is the people. And so, that's been a pillar of every facet of this process, has been incorporating the community, whether that's, our friends, local artists, neighboring businesses, residents, they all make up, what Lullaby is.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Jake. Yeah, so just to be brief, yeah, my name is Harrison Snow. I was born in the city. I didn't actually grow up here, but I've been living here for a little bit. And I'm working in the hospitality industry since I was like 14 years old. Yeah, right now I'm actually, I just, started living with my girlfriend on Allen and Stanton. And so, sort of referencing what you guys have been talking about before, that particular area being really, really crazy. Like I totally have seen it, I've been privy to it, and it's nuts. And something I really want to stress here is that, we're trying to create a place that is really connected with the community and the community's needs. And so, we very much, want to challenge that energy that we're seeing there the exact same way you guys do. And we're willing to work with you on whatever, whatever it is is going to make you comfortable to have us in the neighborhood. Because that's really what we want, out of Lullaby, is to be connected with our neighbors. Just like a little bit about my background, I've been working in the hospitality industry for a long time. It started, as a like a means to an end for me. Basically, I had to provide for my mother and myself when I was a kid. And I just kind of fell in love with the industry, and particularly all the spots I really loved working at were neighborhood spots, places where, like Jake said, we know your name, and if you're going away for the weekend and you're leaving your apartment with someone, you can leave your keys with us. That's the kind of place we really want to be. And we want to be an industry spot as well. I'm
just gonna ask you to wrap it up if you don't
mind.
mind.
Sure, I'll wrap it up. Absolutely. Basically, we want to work with you guys, and we're here absolutely to hear any concerns that you have, but we really do want to join the neighborhood and contribute in a positive way.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, do you have any questions for the applicants? Committee, anybody?
Since we have been spending time on hours tonight, I noticed you have a 4 o'clock closing time all night.
May I speak to that?
Could you rationalize that?
So look, we proposed that because that's what the previous location had. And we are going to be a very quiet spot. And what I'll say is I don't anticipate us being that open that late most nights. It's an option for us, especially because we want to cater to the hospitality industry. If people want to stay late, like 1 or 2 people, we want to have the option to be able to accommodate those people. I don't anticipate that being where most of our peak business is. And so if it makes you guys comfortable for us, to curtail those on the earlier days of the week, we're absolutely flexible on that, for sure. We just want to be able to accommodate our industry friends and be able to make, a little bit of money, as you guys understand, because we want to be a staple in the community. So are there any sort of proposed hours that would make anybody here feel comfortable, maybe earlier in the week, that we could all agree upon?
That might come up, but on the other hand, also, you have no kitchen, you're going to serve nuts and whatever. So what we're talking about, you call it cocktail, but it's a bar, right?
It's a cocktail bar, Herman.
Yeah?
It's a cocktail bar. That's what they wrote in the application. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a cocktail, but he's not just going to mix the drinks in a wide mouth glass, right?
No, it's a cocktail bar. It's a bar. That's what they said.
It's a bar.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's a cocktail bar.
Herman, if I could respond to that,
dress it up. I know what a cocktail is, but
these are high-end cocktails. So, the establishment before was the same thing. They had high-end cocktails, and the space is non-open flame. It's it's subgrade, non-open flame. So their food is going to be charcuterie, it's going to be nuts, it's going to be the bar tavern minimum requirements, and it is a cocktail bar. I mean, they're saying exactly what it is, but it's high-end cocktails. It's not a bar where you can just come in, you have to have a reservation. They text you when you come with a date, you come sit at a table. That's, this is their approach. There's no DJ, there's no band, it's a, quiet.
Yeah, and no outdoor space, Herman. They're not asking for any outdoor space.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
because I know it's a bar because I watch my daughter mix all those drinks, and she knows all about that kind of stuff because she did that for like 15 years. So I know what that is. And a bar is a bar, cocktail or not. Okay. I probably could mix it myself by watching her all these years doing it. So that's why I'm asking you if it's a bar.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else from the committee? David, Jesse, Ellen, Paul?
I don't agree with hours, that's for sure.
Okay.
I used to live across the street when it was 151 and nightcap. It was similar. I mean, similar, it sounds like, kind of deal. And I never had any issues, at least with those, the way those operated, as far as any sound or complaints or anything like that. So for whatever that's worth, I'll tell you that.
I used to go there all the time too.
I love nightcap. I was.
Yeah, we still nightcap too. We absolutely love nightcap, and we've been in touch with Natasha, the previous owner, to kind of, talk to her about her experience there. We're installing a bunch of soundproofing as well, just as a preventative measure. I don't think we're going to need it at all, and it's not going to be a loud place by any means. But
it's an assurance that we're trying to take.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we really want to be, we want to have a relationship with you guys.
Okay. Committee, are you all right if I turn it over to community members to speak? Okay. All right. The first hand I saw was David Troutman. David, go ahead.
Yes, I probably live outside of the earshot of this place, but within a couple of blocks of it. I don't expect they would be keeping me up late at night, but at 4 o'clock Sunday morning, this past weekend, when baby Hair of the dog was shutting down, that's when a guy parked a car right outside the street and just started blasting music really loud. And we had a huge crowd out there. And I would describe it more as a mob. We've had this happen almost every 2 weekends. Every other weekend we have this happen. Why the police don't have someone stationed there is outrageous. But I wouldn't wish this kind of thing on anybody else in the neighborhood, because it was a truly horrible thing. And I don't think anybody left until the sun was already coming up. That's how long it lasted. So very, very concerned about anything that's super late hours. And I don't really hear what the experience level is with this operator. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to speak to some of those things.
Thanks, David. Oh, yeah, just give me a chance here. Okay, next hand I see is Stephen, one of your co-applicants?
Hi, no, I'm not exactly a co-applicant. I'm Jake's dad. And the only reason I'm here to weigh in tonight is I just want to underscore a little bit. Jacob would be the 4th generation of our family to invest in that neighborhood. It's where my great-grandparents lived and worked and did piecework out of their apartment when they came here. It's where my dad was born. It's where I lived when I was in college, when it was a very different neighborhood, where if you came down for intoxicants, it certainly wasn't cocktails. And I just want to say that, like, I know these guys both, obviously, they're not here to shit on the neighborhood. They mean exactly what they say about wanting to be partners and put down roots. And I hope you give them a chance. I think it's kids who are going to bring New York City back. I think it's kids who are going to help us take New York City back. And I appreciate your attentiveness, and I just hope you give them a chance. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The next hand I see is Briar Winters. Briar, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much for the opportunity to weigh in. I was a little taken by surprise, actually, by the application, because we didn't see the posting up on the door. It wasn't up today. Anyway, I spoke to these guys about it, and obviously something happened. It came down, but I just do want to say that it gave us less of a chance to sort of think over what what we felt about an application going into that space. So I just want to flag that. I'm aware that the space has previously been licensed, but I also just really want to speak to the point of so many people who've already spoken tonight, about, is there a real need to replace every single license or every single establishment that has closed in an empty space? We're, as many people have said, we're dealing with a lot of oversaturation, and David, as you said, how do we desaturate this area? And it seems like that would begin in general with just not approving new applications. I just want to say that I don't think another bar here is a public benefit. I don't think it is. And I think we have to be frank about that. I'm also concerned about the lack of experience in the area from the operators. I understand they've worked other places. This neighborhood is a very different environment, just given the oversaturation. So I think that is also a concern of mine. So as things stand now, I can't support the application. We can talk more and see if there's something that might help with this, but I just at the moment, as someone who's lived on the block for 15 years, I've seen a lot of places come and go. I've seen a lot of places come in with good intentions and have things not work out. Specifically, we're pretty traumatized by what happened in the 155 Rivington space over the years. So
thank you, Briar.
I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to let everyone know, since I've been counting, thank you, Ellen, for counting, there were 20 residents within 2 blocks that signed a petition in favor of the application, and 10 people who noted in the chat that they were opposed to the application. Okay, the next hand I see is Sawa. Sawa, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for giving us an opportunity to speak. So Harrison, actually, Sawa and I, we own Shalom Japan in Williamsburg, and we're a restaurant. We've been open this July will be 8 years, and Harrison started working with us right as we were coming out of the lockdowns, and he's been a member of our team since then as a bartender and as like an integral member of our team as he's been working on getting this project up and running. And I just wanted to weigh in here and just, I can't speak to the politics of the Lower East Side. We're in Williamsburg, but as a restaurant owner and operator, he's demonstrated a real maturity. And I think that he would be a real asset to the restaurant industry, to the bar industry, especially in that neighborhood. In addition to just the quality of his work and like I said, overall maturity, he's a great guy. When our outdoor structure was blown over in the middle of a blizzard, he was able to get there and help us put it back together. I think that the restaurant and hospitality industry needs more people like him. And I understand that someone said, oh, his experiences and that, everybody gets a first shot. Sorry, my son's jumping in here. Everybody gets a first chance, and I think that he would be a real asset to the community down there. So, sorry, you want to have anything else to say?
Hi. She loves Harrison.
He does. He does.
So. Bye, Harrison.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
But yeah, thank you for letting us speak.
Sure, thank you. Okay, the next hand I see is Suffolk Street Block Association.
Hi there. I just wanted to mention that I was a little taken back by this application as well, since the applicant doesn't seem to have much experience and is operating in a building in the basement that's really on the corner of our block. We weren't even contacted. And I feel concerned about approving yet another license in this area where there are schools and cultural centers and very, very little other than bars. So I would just hope that, I mean, if we couldn't really approve Nick, I don't really understand why we could approve them.
Thank you. And can I just ask, are you representing the Suffolk Street Block Association, or are you representing yourself, just so I can capture it correctly?
The Suffolk Street Block Association.
Okay, thanks. All right, the next hand I see is DM. Go ahead, DM.
Well, as a policy, we defer to the residents that live in the most immediate area, and that would be the Suffolk Block Association, and some people have spoken. But I do want to say just on, Hari is a wonderful lawyer, as SLA lawyers go. He's probably one of the most honest, and contrary to what Jesse had said, we actually have supported many liquor licenses. In fact, Quality Eats is one of the things we really fought hard for, and we got denied by this committee. And that was one of Hari's clients. And so I just want to be very clear that we don't oppose all licenses. Here's something I would like to propose. I think the residents were taken aback because, and Hari, we showed pictures. He's a very honest guy. We don't know what happened with the posting. Is there something to consider that maybe you could sit and talk to the residents? I know it's a lot to ask to withdraw and meet with residents. Is it something you would consider? We could talk about what the plan is. These seems like very young guys, could be my children, but they seem like they're from New York. They, I like the term, they can see what frat city looks like. It's the Hell Square. We don't think there should be any licenses really anymore in this area, but I do think talking to residents might be best if we sat down and talked, because there's a lot of miscommunication and the sign wasn't there and things like that. So I'm just throwing that out. But I did want to just speak to Hari's character. He's probably one of the most honest SLA lawyers there is out there.
Thank you, DM.
I should clarify. Sorry, DM. I didn't mean that you're all in opposed. That's definitely not. No, I've been there when you guys support. I was saying in that area, specifically that area of Hell Square, that often it's the opposition in that area. No, I know you guys aren't opposed to everything at all times.
Thank you.
That's not what I was saying.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Nope. Just wanted to clear it up. Sure.
All right. Thanks, guys. Okay. I'm not like totally opposed to that. I mean, obviously, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, we do not require outreach to residents. It's, I think, generally, just personally, I think it's a good idea in an area like this. But I do understand that there are potentially financial reasons that it would be difficult to come back. Is that something that you might consider?
Michelle, if I could just respond real quick. Well,
Yeah.
first of all, I really appreciate that DM for saying those things. Just to respond to the notice form, they did post it. We took a photo of it. We're not sure how that came down. I mean, but we did. It was posted. They took photos of it. I have emails where they sent me the photo and it's time stamped. So we just want to make sure everybody knows that there was no, attempt at, somebody most likely ripped it down, somebody who was walking by late at night. So just so everybody's aware of that. There is a financial consideration just with respect to the lease. Would this be amenable and to the board if we were able to agree on stipulations with respect to hours? I mean, the guys have said they're more than happy to, to stipulate to earlier hours if that makes the community feel more secure and get comfortable with them. Look, with respect to the sort of experience, I mean, these guys have been working in the community, they've been working in hospitality for a long time and they're young. I mean, everybody needs a shot. They're not going to an unlicensed place. They're going to a place that, specifically because it was previously licensed, because it's sub-level, it doesn't have opening windows, it doesn't have opening doors, it doesn't have French doors. It's a space that, people who are, guys like them who are really passionate about this neighborhood and about this community and about hospitality, this is the kind of place where they should get their first shot. They're not coming to get some big corner location with big opening windows and saying, give us, they're coming here in earnest. And I think New York City, at this point especially needs more operators in earnest who are going to do the right thing. And they're, again, willing to make concessions with with the community in order to show you that they're good operators. Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Let me just ask the committee then. All right. So just a reminder, the previous location was licensed till 4 a.m. every night. I can't tell you if they were actually open till 4 a.m. every night. I've been there, not that late. I have been there, but not that late. Anyone from the committee have any thoughts about hours that would be more amenable than the 4 a.m. every night?
I would definitely.
Or are you fine with the 4 a.m.?
I'm not fine with the 4 a.m.
Okay, what would you prefer?
Give me 1 second. Guys, ads.
Paul has his in-laws at his house today. All right, I'll ask Paul, we'll come back to you, or you can put it in the chat. Jesse, David, Herman, Ellen, any preferred other hours, or if you're fine with the 4 a.m.
Well, I'd like to reduce too, but I think Paul has a real idea. If you can talk, Paul, you're not muted.
Paul, you want to chat me?
No, I don't want. Everyone's quiet here now.
Oh, okay, all right, what's your proposal?
I would not do 4 a.m. I don't think 4 a.m. is needed. I would do something like, you know, for a place like that, because I've been there so many times in the old days, I would propose something like probably like 1 a.m. and then 2 tops across the board, like 1 on Sunday through Thursday, and then like 2 a.m. and that's it.
Okay.
That's my take on it.
All right, I would say maybe 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, because that's sort of when we do change the hours between the weekend and the weeknights, that's sort of our standard, but I'm okay with that. Jesse, David, Ellen, Herman?
I agree with Pavlos.
Okay, David Crane?
It's better than the original.
Okay.
We're very much open to those terms. Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
And just a reminder that we do not anticipate being open until 4 a.m. Really ever. It's only just to provide access to our friends in the hospitality industry who might get off, on a late shift. We want to just be able to have that option. But again, it's not our style of service. It's not something we anticipate doing.
Okay. Ellen, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with those hours.
Okay. Okay. Okay, just to reiterate, that would be hours of operation of opening no later than 12 p.m. all days, closing by 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. Okay. All right, great. Deanne, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just want to
quickly?
say I'm speaking with the residents via text, and we want to just thank Hari and Harrison for showing a goodwill effort to reduce their hours as such. And we welcome you to the neighborhood, and we hope that you'll be similar to Nightcap and have a low impact in this community. We're good with this compromise, but just so you know that you're going to be on notice though, so try not to break the rules, yeah? And best of luck. So that's what the residents would like to see, this kinds of people that are willing to take a space that doesn't have any open windows, low impact, no DJs, things like that, and just be a nice little bar that we can all go to. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Alice, do you have something specific to say about this?
I mean, I would just like the community board to summarily reject all future liquor licenses and let the SLA deal with it in our zip.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to share the resolution so everyone can see it. Committee, this is committee time, just as a reminder.
Sorry, can somebody just reiterate to me where we've landed in terms of operating hours? I
Yes,
heard.
here, I'll put it in the chat, but it's opening no later than 12 p.m. all days, closing by 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday,
Okay.
and 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
Okay. So just a question here, would it be possible for, if 2 a.m. is really, I think, cutting it just for those like higher traffic evenings, Friday, Saturday, especially just because, hospitality people tend to be working later on those days. I mean, could we push for 3 a.m. on those days, even if we have to, sacrifice time earlier in the week?
You might be new at this in terms of my experience all over this stuff. There's no hospital people who comes off at 3 o'clock is going to end up at your place on a regular basis. Okay, that's my experience.
I actually happen to be actively working as a bartender, and usually, at least, can only speak to my personal experience. But those end up being the evenings where I like to go and sit at a quiet bar. The evenings where I've had a really busy service at work.
I don't see that too much of that, and I could dispute you that. Like I said, my daughter is a experienced certified bartender, and I've seen her work and the people who goes to bars and stuff. So that's my experience. It doesn't happen.
Okay, and I'm just gonna cut this off because the committee has already agreed on this. And we have 2 more applications to get through, believe it or not. Obviously you have the right to not sign your stipulations or whatever you want to do, but this is what I feel is right. I don't know if anyone else from the committee has any other any other points. Paul, I think, was pretty clear on that he wanted it. If there's anyone from the committee that wants to vote on different hours, but DM or Breyer, do you want to say that you're okay with 3 a.m.?
No, just want to reiterate. I mean, I personally would prefer midnight. I have actually worked in the hospitality industry for more than a decade, and I just want to reiterate what Herman said, that it really is not appropriate to have these very late hours, especially with very new operators. We really would like a chance to get to know each other first, I think, before we move forward with any kind of later hours. Thank you.
Sorry, Michelle. 3 a.m. is a deal breaker for us. 3 a.m. is a deal breaker, and we think that nothing good happens ever in our neighborhood past midnight usually, but 2 a.m. is a nightmare afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so committee, are you good with this? Anyone want to say anything before we go through this? All right. So I basically read through all this already. Again, reiterating the hours of operation: opening no later than closing by 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Location was previously licensed. I captured this is opposition. This is support. No outdoor space. Closed fixed facade. All right, committee, anything you want to add before we move to a vote? Okay, stop sharing. Okay, I'm just going to read the stipulations, committee, so we can all be aware. It's an application for, I'm putting Harrison Snow as the qualified representative of Lullaby Downtown LLC, located at 151 Rivington Street. It's for a liquor, wine, beer, and cider license. This is a cocktail bar that will serve cold appetizer food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation 12 p.m. all day, opening by 12 p.m. all days, closing by 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. They'll not use commercial outdoor space. They'll have one person to check IDs. They will install soundproofing. They'll have a closed fixed facade. No DJs, no live music, no promoted events, no event with a cover fee, no scheduled performances, ambient recorded background music only. You'll not apply for an alteration without coming back. You'll not seek a change in class. You'll not participate in pub crawls, no boozy brunches or other drink specials, no happy hours, no wait lines. You'll have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering outside. You'll conspicuously post this outside the business, and any complaints can be addressed to Harrison at the number we have here. Okay. All right, committee, I'm going to move into a vote. Michelle Cooper-Smith, yes. David Crane.
Yes.
Jesse Beck.
Yes.
Herman Hewitt.
Yes.
Ellen Liu.
Yes.
Paul Ciros.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So the office will send you the stipulations to sign and return as quickly as possible. Tomorrow morning, our full board meeting's on Tuesday, so the quicker the better if you're going to sign those. Thank you to the community who came out, we appreciate it. And thank you to the applicants for their time.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
time,
guys.
everybody. Excited to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Michelle,
Yeah.
this is where I have to go. So thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right. Bye, Jesse. Thank you. I'm going to take another bathroom break and we're going to go on to Fat Buddha number 19. I apologize to the community members who have been here for this. This ended up being longer. The other ones ended up going longer than I anticipated, but I'll be right back in like a minute.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, the meeting's actually paused for a minute or two. The chair had to step away.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry.
We'll fire up again shortly.
Okay, I am back. All right, so number 19, 212 Avenue A, are the applicants for that location here?
Yes, I'm here, Cliff Cho.
Hi, okay.
My attorney had a leak in his basement or his, so I'm not sure if he can join us.
Okay, do you want to wait till your attorney is here?
No, that's okay. I mean, we can go ahead. Sorry,
Okay,
it got
gonna
pretty
drop
dark out, so.
No, you're fine. All right, I'm dropping the application in the chat for everyone to take a look at. Okay, this is a application for Fat Buddha at 212 Avenue A between 13th Street and 14th Street. This is for 19 tables with 48 seats. There are 23 active full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet for the SLA land map. This applicant was previously licensed. I'm going to ask you to clarify what happened here, Clifford, because I tried to foil the SLA and they never responded to me, unfortunately. From historical resolutions, there appears to have been a long-standing issues at this location under the applicant as he was previously licensed there. This application last came in front of CV3 in May 2014, and 20 residents then signed a petition in opposition to the renewal. And there are lots of complaints about noisy and unruly patrons on the sidewalk. The applicant at the time, the applicant at the time, the CV3 passed a resolution eventually allowing the renewal, but asking the applicant to monitor DJ and patron sound, and that it would ensure that interior sound would be inaudible outside. From what we understand, this applicant's license expired in June 2020, but appeared to continue serving alcohol despite the expiration. And thank you, Ellen, for the research on this. Per a press release from Governor Cuomo's office, the state liquor authority revoked the license. I'm not really sure how that happened, if it was already expired, but whatever. Revoked the license after having many, after observing violations of the executive order allowing outdoor dining, including no food was being served. They were outside past the 11 p.m. curfew, and patrons were standing and congregating, which, if you remember, well, I guess it is still illegal, but in October 2020, you were not allowed to stand outside with alcohol. And there were 39 commercial 301 noise complaints at this location with NYPD action necessary. The applicant provided 17 signatures in support of their petition. The North Avenue A Block Association wrote a letter asking us to deny. The East 13th AB Block Association similarly wrote a letter asking us to deny because of generally unruly conditions through patrons and having DJs in the window every night. They sent a photo. And it appears from the current application that the operator intends to do something similar. And that's what I have. So Cliff, would you mind explaining what happened with the license between June and October?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, during the pandemic, I mean, 2014, we've been there since 2010. We proceeded to get extremely busy and just trying to figure out, how to deal with the success. We renewed all the paperwork through my accountant. And then just through everything going on, it didn't have, it just kind of totally passed my thought process with everything going on about making the payment for the renewal. It was just one of those things we had closed down because of the pandemic. I had to close down our new high-end sushi restaurant on 36th Street, which we had, been spending a lot of time doing as well. And we were also renovating Fat Buddha because there was a fire subsequently, which closed us for about, 8 months. So we were renovating, trying to get ready. We had done all the paperwork with the accountant, but never, we didn't actually send in the payment, which was a huge oversight. It wasn't intentional. And then, the things that occurred over the pandemic with, when we were addressed, I did speak to an assembly person. They were saying, hey, we're getting some complaints about your window and stuff like that. I said, okay, no problem. Initially, we did put a speaker outside. And then I was told you can't do that. So we brought it inside. We had windows, the facade I had changed so we could try to service people. And then we brought the speakers in, and then it was like, hey, you can't have speakers by the window. So we stopped doing that as well. And then we started trying to put DJs in the all the way in the back. But eventually, we couldn't stay open. It was just too difficult. It's just hemorrhaging money for us. So that's what kind of happened, transpired over COVID. My manager had an event, we were closing. I mean, I wasn't there, but he said that, they were already closing, and then the guy was standing there. And I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, so that's kind of what transpired over then. And then, I spoke to my liquor attorney. He said, just kind of wait it out and see, because we didn't know really the fate of our business, whether we were going to try to, reopen, or, whether New York City is going to reopen, or there's variants and things like that. So we had closed in October.
Okay, thanks. Susan, I see you have your hand up. Do you want to comment on the office's experience with this applicant?
Yeah, so we've had complaints about this probably forever. As it's not a pandemic thing, it goes way, way back. It was particularly bad last summer. And we got a tremendous amount of complaints directly. We worked with the consul office to try, they actually assigned an intern to go to these different businesses that were non-compliant to explain to them what the compliance required. I think one of the residents mentioned Leopold to you in one of his emails. That was Leopold. And Leopold did go to that place. It did not, he was not successful. I have loads of pictures of problems that went on for a long time. And, when someone says you can't have speakers outdoors and you put them in your doorway so they're not out, but they're blasting out, that really is not working with the neighbors to try and improve things. But there's a history almost since its beginning of residents complaining about this place.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Committee, you want to just turn it over to the residents first? All right. Okay, and residents, everyone who's here, I see 2 hands right now. If anyone else wants to put their hand up, I think you can probably tell how we're going to go here. So we have all your letters and everything. If you just want to be hit the highlights, that would be really helpful, because we have one more application to consider after this. So the first hand I saw was Dale. If you'd like to go, and just Dale wrote us a letter, you guys. So I forwarded it to everybody. So Dale, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try and thin it out a bit, but just a little hard here. Yeah, I'm president of North Avenue A Neighborhood Association, asking the committee deny this application with no public benefit in the neighborhood with oversaturation of bars and restaurants. And as Susan said, it's been a steady source of complaints for this place through its 10 years of operation. And currently its previous inactive license under review by the SLA pending disposition of disciplinary matters. And when they opened outdoors last June, it immediately became the loudest bar on the block with the DJ club level music. They had a speaker on the sidewalk, then put it in the window when, you know, we would go up and complain. And it, of course, it was just as loud. And I live a half a block away. And so I was beyond anything else on the block, it was the noise problem. And as Susan said, filed 7 complaints with 311 SLA and CB3 Community Rivera's office. And as he said, when they sent somebody to speak with him, he said he was not happy with having to talk with them and felt asking him to tone down the music, control the crowds would hurt his business. Last Thursday, our block association had a Zoom meeting with him. And when we asked him how he'd been operating with an expired license last year, as he explained, he had just slipped through the cracks. And when asked about the out of control noise and crowd problems at Fat Boot over the last several years, he said they never expected it to be as popular as it did. And this time around, he'd be looking to do something different, which he explained this time is going to be a cocktail club atmosphere, but hopefully attract a different crowd. So this has been a problem neighbors have had with this establishment since it's operated, multiple DJs per night, open till 4 a.m. And we don't see how this venture will be any different. And we're wondering how it's possible for him to walk away from outstanding unresolved issues with the SLA and still apply for a new license for what is essentially the same operation. So please deny this application.
Thank you, Gail. The next hand I see is Andrew. Andrew, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Andrew Comey, member of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association and also a member of Community Board 3 Economic Development Committee. I hopefully see the way the committee is going to go, but if there is ever a reason to deny a license, this is one. 11 years of somebody operating a business outside the bounds, no commitment to operating an establishment inside the bounds. And it would be great, frankly, to have another unlicensed space on North Avenue A. We have one licensed establishment after another. I heard the committee talk earlier about the opportunity to potentially de-license saturated areas. Well, this is one. And as Herman knows and others know, as members of the Economic Development Committee, we've been working really hard to ensure retail diversity. And as a member of North Avenue A, we've had a lot of success bringing in new businesses that are daytime businesses. We recently had a jewelry store open on North Avenue A, relocated from a smaller location. We have a veterinary clinic that opened. So let's deny this license and see if we can convince the landlord to bring in daytime retail so we can have less of a party zone on North Avenue A and more of a block that meets the needs of those of us who actually live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. The next hand I see is Laura. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I, obviously will back up what my neighbors are talking about. I just want to add that this is an area where, there's a bar on either side of this establishment. There are 3 across the street. It's drop-off service, Planet Rose, Spotted Owl, that's just one block. So it just gives you an idea of what's going on there if you're not familiar. And we don't have a terrible problem with vacancies on our block. There's been a lot of move on these blocks. There's been a lot of movement in and out, especially since the second entrance to the subway opened. It seems to be attractive for businesses to come in. So that's any consideration. And then I just want to add, I am the legality of all of this really confuses me. I don't know that I've ever seen an applicant walk away from a business and step back into what seems to be the exact same business. I just don't get how that's happening. Unfortunately, the lawyer isn't here to explain that to us. And then on top of that, I have Instagram posts from them having a delivery whiskey service over the winter, like long after they knew they didn't have a license. So that's that for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Laura. The next hand I see is Timothy. Timothy, go ahead.
Hi there. How's everyone doing? I just wanted to voice my objection to the license. We've been living in the adjacent building for a few years now, and it's about 7 years yet. And we, especially on the weekends, heard the loudest thumping music that you could possibly imagine. I would gladly invite the two young gentlemen who are submitting the previous application to have some nice cocktail bar, but not a place, Sakuda, which has been the loudest bar on the block for as long as you've been here. And I would just invite anyone to take a look outside of Sakuda right now at the carcass that was left over from their outdoor space that has just been sitting there to rot. I think it's a really good indication of the kind of neighbors these folks are. Thanks.
Hey, Timothy. Okay, all right, that's everyone that I had hands up for. Committee, any comments or?
Can anybody hear me?
Oh, sure. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't find the little hand. So,
okay, go ahead.
But I'd like to talk. Yeah, I live right across the street, and I represent myself and some of my neighbors and the business downstairs. And I'd have to say that this has been a bad faith actor for the last 10 years. I think the community board remembers some of the antics they've pulled in the meetings, feigning ignorance even of their own lease stipulations. They're off the charts. It's almost unbelievable the noise that comes from that place. They're the only bar restaurant that needs a bouncer. They attract cars with loudspeakers that hang out in the front. During COVID, they broke all the rules. They went all the way down to 13th Street, seating people. And it was crowds of people to 13th Street across the former Percy's. And if you remember, the Percy's used to be Covo del Este. I don't even know if they legally have the right to do that. They've just broken every rule. Everything I could tell you about what people have said is absolutely true. Businesses on this side have said that even the overflow that they get in their businesses is not worth the trouble because of the drunken rowdy crowd that they bring into the neighborhood. So I'd have to say you definitely have to deny this, because they have shown absolutely no regard for the neighborhood at all. And it's been that way for 10 years. And that's about all I could say. But that's
okay.
Right from
Thank
the
you, John.
horse's mouth.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I see one more resident hand, and then I think I'm just gonna straw poll the.
Can we maybe not do that one more? I'm sorry to be really rude and everything, but we are gonna deny it. I don't need to hear another one. I'm really sorry that I'm being so rude.
Okay, David, I understand that, and I agree. All right, I'm gonna vote to deny. David, you're gonna vote to deny. Herman?
Unless I'm incorrect and there's someone who wants to
Well,
support
I'm
him.
gonna do a straw poll. Herman, what are you feeling?
To deny.
Okay, Ellen?
Is there anything I can say in my defense about some of the things I've been said?
I'll give you like 1 minute, but I'm just gonna straw poll the committee. Ellen?
Deny.
Paul?
Deny.
All right, Cliff, I'm gonna give you like 1 minute because it's line 30 already.
That's totally fine. I understand. You know, I've been here
Yeah.
for a long time waiting as well. I don't want to hold up everybody, but
Yeah, go for
you know,
it.
when we were in front of the committee for 2014, we did address everything, and we didn't have to go back to renew our license in front of the community board. And unfortunately, COVID, you know, we didn't have a good time. My manager, who was at the time, is no longer with us, and we are pivoting our business. You know, when we did have a high-end sushi restaurant. I have all of the equipment. We're elevating all of our food, and it is a cocktail program with elevated food. So it is not going to be, we're not going to have bottles available to pop and things like that. It was basically based on what people were kind of asking for, demanding from us as a business. And we've been working extremely closely with my neighbor upstairs, Evan Chang. And, I insulated purchased him all new windows when I first took over, put in a tremendous amount of soundproofing for him. And he also signed the community board approval. And, I have been working with him, and, besides from COVID and everything that kind of happened, we would like to have the opportunity to kind of do our new business. And we also adjusted our hours that we were asking. And I understand a lot of people are upset with us. I'm not, really, and the outdoor seating as well. We did hire somebody that did it, and it's not good, but I have a person ready to kind of come and take out that structure ASAP. So that's kind of the position we're in. I know everybody already has their judgment on the space, but I hope that you do see some kind of value in what we've been offering to Asian community and a lot of the artists in the area.
Okay, thanks, Cliff. All right, I'm gonna share my screen, committee. Okay, so as I mentioned, I think we're gonna do a recommendation to deny. Has the history that I referred to about the last time that they were in front. This is the original approval, and this is the last time that they were here, 2014, and that 2014 stipulations, which include the stipulations about sound, which does not appear to have happened. Expiration expired in 2020, but then there's also this multi-agency task force thing that shut them down in October. This is the previously licensed. This is what he mentioned, the sushi bar, and this is the existing. This is the space that we're looking at again. Noise complaints 39. There's 17 signatures in support. North Avenue Block Association, East 13th AV, East Village Community Coalition, and so therefore we recommend a denial because this location is operated by this applicant has a long and persistent history of causing quality of life issues for residents. Anything that you want to add?
Isn't it more than quality of life? Hasn't he had actual violations and findings from the SLA?
Well, we actually, I mean, I can say, and because of, for residents and because of SLA, because of a history of SLA violations. Anyone from the committee want to add anything?
That history includes some period of time operating without a license. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think,
if we know it as a fact, it should be in our resolution, or if we even believe it's a fact and we want to tell them to investigate. I think
so
it's
I'm
powerful.
a little bit unclear about what happened between June and October, because I don't know how the license was revoked if it was expired. That's what's not clear to me. And unfortunately, the SLA did not respond to my FOIL in time to give me information about that. So that's why I'm just a little hesitant.
Is it worth mentioning as something we think they might want to investigate? I mean,
No,
no.
They've already investigated and we're foiling the information. I would like to suggest that we still try and get it and add it at the full board.
What if we got the FOIL?
The specific violations.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's, I mean, I followed up with the SLA today and they said that they were working on it, but I did not get it in time. So
it is indeed a fact that the license was revoked, though. You could say the license was revoked. That's a fact. What the conditions of their application are being foiled, but the license was revoked.
Yeah. And again, when we can get the facts, we could hopefully add them in Tuesday.
Okay.
And when we do that, if it turns out that there was a known period of time where they were not operating, where they were operating without a license, let's put that in there at that time.
Yeah, we just need the timeline a little bit more clear before I feel comfortable like adding those facts. But David, I think you're right. Hopefully we'll be able to get the information before then. Okay. All right, I'm gonna stop the share.
Hi, my name is Matthew Eller. I live in the community for a long time now, and I'd just like to add a few words.
Okay, well, the committee is already voting to deny it, so can you just say it in like 20 seconds?
Sure. I've lived in the community for over 20 years, and this is honestly a staple to the neighborhood. This place has felt like home for many locals for a long time, and it represents to me a great part of New York City that doesn't really have a voice in this neighborhood, and it's just been a spot that I've looked forward to going, whether it was for food or drinks, or just to feel like I had family and I was in a local community spot. And I just hope that they reconsider, because this spot, we miss it. It's been here for a while, and it just feels like a place that we look forward to going, and it's just a part of the neighborhood, and I don't want to see it go. It's a real part, it's a real place.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Okay, committee, you ready to move into a vote? Any objections to that? Okay, not hearing any from the committee. Okay, a reminder that this is a vote to deny. So if you're voting yes, you're agreeing to deny. If you're voting no, you're voting against the denial. Michelle Cooper-Smith, yes. David Crane.
Yes.
Herman Hewitt.
Yes.
Ellen Liu. Ellen Liu.
Ellen?
Okay. Paul Saros.
Yes.
Okay, this motion passes. Thank you to the community members who showed up. Thank you to the applicant for your time. We will not be sending stipulations because this is a denial. Okay, moving on to the next application. This is our last one tonight before we do district needs. This is for 299 South Street, aka Pier 36, for the Van Gogh immersive experience. I'm just going to drop. Oh, can you please mute yourself? Okay, I'm putting the application in the chat here. Okay. So you all might have seen signs for this. This is an application for a temporary liquor license at Basketball City on Pier 36. It is the Van Gogh, the immersive Van Gogh exhibition, which I believe is running through September 6, 2021. They're asking for two separate things. One is an indoor bar that is part of the interior. You can see it in the floor plan where it will be, and also for an outdoor beverage cart. The hours of operation are, I'm gonna drop this in the chat, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday to Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday. They'll have Southern barbecue food prepared in a food preparation area. I have sort of an outstanding question to the applicants about live music. It wasn't clear if that was something that you're planning to do. CD3 has licensed this space before for the mezzanine level as Basketball City. It does not, I believe that the applicants have never previously been a license holder in New York City, but I imagine that they're doing this in other cities so they can speak to that. This conversation about this location has been going on for a while. Trevor, the chair of our Parks Committee, and Susan Stetzer from the office have been talking to the applicants, so I'll let both of them weigh in also about this at some point. Yeah, this is a little bit different than normal type of application that we do, obviously, because of the transient nature of it. I specifically would love to hear more about the outdoor cart, because I know there's a concession cart there currently, but if you're having an outdoor cart without any seating on the pier, the logical assumption is that people will take those beverages to go to the nearby pier. And Trevor has noted to us that there's a lot of trouble with litter around there already. Also, it's illegal to do that, to drink outside. So do the applicants want to clarify anything? Please go ahead.
Hello. Hi, my name is
Hello.
Aurelia Tavares. I am the representative for the applicants for the immersive exhibit. I just wanted to give a little history on the application. for a reference, the outdoor cart is a tiny little, the main bar would be inside for when people are within the exhibit, they can walk around, but also the little cart is on the exterior, on the pier side. It's tiny. I think it goes 6x4. It's just a place where people can stop, get beverages while they're talking or while they're exiting and enjoy the pier view. It's not a bar to hang out. It's not a party scene, but it's really lovely because they can, when they exit the exhibit, they're able to also enjoy the pier, which is one of our biggest attractions in the city, the seaport. So in addition to that, I would add that these are early hours. We're talking about 9 p.m., 10 p.m. at latest. This area is in a quasi-industrial district on the side where they're proposing to put the little cart. In addition to, there's plenty of parking in the area. There's no sound that's going to travel to the neighbors because we are on the water side and anybody coming in would still be on the pier side. We don't anticipate to bother the public. I think that if you go, the most people are there 45 minutes, which is the length of the exhibit. It's rather enjoyable. Most of the people that come, they eat in the local facility, the local area and vicinity, bring some, a little bit they patron the areas, the restaurants in the areas, the shopping in the area. And, and it's starting to come back a little bit, the tourism. I just think that this is the perfect exhibit to post-COVID to start moving this economy forward. And I'm so happy that they chose our city. They're in Chicago, they did Miami. This is worldwide, we hope that continues. And I'm privileged to be part of this project. You have Dasha, one of the project administrators on the line for further edification, but I think that you'll be happy to hear with the application as it is presented to Community Board 3.
Thank you. Okay, Dasha, go ahead.
Hi, I'm happy to address specifically the question regarding the cart outside. In our initial meeting with the community board, they had identified the fact that there's very few concessions outside, and in working with our food partner, who are the Creative Age Parties, it's one of the approved caterers in this menu, we came up with a solution of offering a cart that would have some small snacks and soft drinks. And the thought is that eventually once the license, if the license is there, we would also offer beer and wine at the same cart. As we understand, the current SLA guidelines don't prohibit to-go beverages. Of course, if and when that ever changes, we would be happy to follow exactly with the city's guidance. So far, our main bar operation request is for the inside. So
great.
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Yes, we're
Hello?
discussing the Pier 36. The committee is going to ask some questions now. Okay, we'll get to the public in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Have I not learned my lesson to not eat during application so I don't choke? Okay. Susan, I see your hand up. And committee, if it's okay, I'd like to allow Susan and Trevor to weigh in on this just because they have so much more familiarity with it. Susan, go ahead.
Actually, I'd like to let Trevor go first and then I'll go.
Okay. Trevor, go ahead.
Sure, and thank you for giving me this time. I am familiar with the site. I'm just not sure, and I don't want to mismangle your name, Arielis?
Aurelia,
Arielis.
thank you.
Have you been to the site?
Yes.
Because you called it the seaport, and it's not the seaport. That's about
Well, I mean,
miles
it's on
south.
the side of the water. I know it's not exactly a seaport, I
And
understand.
I know you deemed it an industrial site. Perhaps you just walked the site that's along that particular area, but this isn't a residential site. Every building across the street is residential except for the school that's directly across the street. They're all residential buildings, and I'm actually one of the residents who lives on that street. I also represent, and I am the co-founder of the Friends of Pier 35, which is located right next to Pier 36, the pier that you're talking about, where people will go to enjoy other drinks and food. So with the cart that's outside, and I'm not necessarily against this proposal, I just think we need some mitigations, because I know the projected numbers, this is basically a concert or an event every single day until September 26th, and that's assuming that you get the numbers that you want. Dasha, could you tell me what the capacity of your exhibit every single day? Because I'm not sure about that.
Sure, I'm happy to address that, Trevor. Our current TPA states that our capacity is 1,585 people. That is, if we're filled to the gills here.
Per hour or per day?
This is at one time. The way we are structuring our paid tickets, we are currently having between 400 and 500 customers per session, which is an hour long. So that amounts to about 6,000 to 7,000 people per day. That said, we have ample security on site and in front of the building to make sure that traffic is mitigated. We have our parking lot fully operational and staffed. We have Uber pickup and drop off clearly assigned. And this crowd hasn't felt much like a crowd at all, because we are having a very orderly queuing structure, and people are spending between 1 and 2 hours in the venue. And they are then free to leave the area or stay back to put more money into the neighborhood.
Right.
In addition to that, I'm sorry, Trevor, just in addition, they are social distancing. When this exhibit began, they social distance in addition to requiring mask usage and things of that nature. So they are also following New York City protocols.
No, we understand that.
Just
I understand that. It's just that, as Dasha had mentioned, at lower numbers, you're at 7,000 people per day, every single day. At the highest number, I think you could go to 10 grand, 10,000.
Just so you know, we're not planning to go higher than 50% at one time, just because for us, that makes the most sense. Even with social distancing guidelines dropped, for us, the museum experience is extremely relevant, and it's hinging on having that room to sit and to kind of look around. So we are hoping to push it to maximum half of our TPA.
Right, and I understand. I don't want to get too much into the numbers, because 7,000, 5,000 is a significant amount of people coming in every single day to that particular site. In addition to the boat traffic, which I'm sure you're aware of, which adds a couple more thousand people per day. That's not your responsibility, but they all go to Pier 36, which is right behind the location, either of one or two directions, down the route of Pier 35 or down in front of the pier itself. But most of the people, including the people who visit the Van Gogh, go via the, if they're walking from the subway, they go via the Pier 35 way, because they follow your signs that you've put on the sidewalk, which say, go this way, which is fine and helpful for people direction. It's just there's an impact on the local community that I'm not exactly sure we're prepared for. And I know there's been some community outreach, probably a model of what should be done for every event at Pier 36. It's just that this particular license and the drinks and the food, which is something that's needed at that area. We hold a number of events at Pier 35 where we do not have any food or drink. The problem is that people throw trash, people go sit at the nice Pier 35 in the swings, and we don't have any mitigation for that. Also, there are no bathrooms along that back portion. So people are using our planting beds to go to the bathrooms, which they have been doing. And I know you don't see that because you're on the side of the pier where people enter, but we see where people exit. So we're just trying to find a way so that we can mitigate some of the effects of the 5,000 to 7,000 people every single day till September 26th, descending on this neighborhood. I hear some background. I understand, and I understand that, but we're just trying to find some solutions to sort of mitigate this impact. And Susan, you can go ahead, because I know I missed some things.
Okay, first, I'd like to talk about the outdoor concession. And it's true, when we had the original conversations, kind of a briefing for us on what was happening there, our goal was to try and get some amenities for the community along with the event happening. And, there are no concessions there. We weren't talking about alcohol. We're talking about food and drink. But as far as legality, yes, it's absolutely legal to take alcohol to go, but that means to go. That means you can't drink it there. And you certainly can't stand and look at the view, which is beautiful. You can't stand there and drink because that's not to go. So I don't think that outdoor alcohol works out. I really don't. I think it's great to have a concession for food, and that's something, food and drink that is non-alcoholic and open to the public also, and have the alcohol inside. Your original description is, just to repeat what Trevor's saying, it's a very densely residential area. It's not a manufacturing area. And it's been an unfortunate problem that we've had to deal with, to have this massive entertainment events occur in a place where there's no resources for it. The traffic, when people do drive, is, kind of stops life in the neighborhood. They've even closed streets to residents at times. The garbage, the use of the outdoors as bathrooms. We actually have regular meetings with the police to try and contain what happens in that very immediate waterfront area. So, the event is, I'm sure a lot of people are really going to enjoy the art event. I think, we should talk about, what's going to be the alcohol inside, but I would really try and rethink the alcohol outside, and also be very clear on, particularly bathrooms and trash and that kind of thing that will be provided.
If it would please the community, maybe we don't do alcohol to go, that they do, maybe we enclose with security that area, because it does have a little bit of fencing, so that people can drink whatever they're going to drink, and then they leave without a drink in their hand. Maybe we can, you know what I mean? Maybe and then as far as the trash and the security, we can take a look at, what's that?
That's a public walkway. You can't close it off.
We don't need alcohol. You have thousands of people overrunning a residential area. They're not shopping in the area because there's no place to shop. They can drink inside. They don't need to drink outside also.
I understand. The cart is operational right now, serving non-alcoholic drinks and food. And so just to respond to your earlier question, Susan, we did mitigate the trash add-on by adding trash receptacles in front of the building and on the pier side to address those who are coming out of that. We also have stanchioned the exit in and out of the pier to create two-way traffic to ease lining up for the boats that we have nothing to do with, and for our customers who are leaving the exhibit or coming to enjoy the pier view. Regarding the concession, if it helps.
Before you go to that, how about bathrooms?
There is a porta potty that's active, and then there's 2 bathrooms that total 21 stalls inside, and then there's an additional bathroom upstairs for our employees, many of whom are from the area, actually. So we are very clear on saying, kind of, I'm sorry for the pun, but we say go before you go. So we really make sure that people are aware of all of the amenities that they can take advantage of indoors. But if they leave the exhibit and they have to use the bathroom, we are, of course, using our judgment and our space issues and queuing strategy to make sure that everybody can go in and out where they need to go. if they have to, if they do like my kid does and leave and then immediately have to go afterwards. In terms of the trash, as I mentioned, we've added receptacles and we're happy to add more. And as I mentioned, we have ample security outside on the pier. There is a person always stationed at the exit to the gate to Pier 36, as well as in front. There are several security members who are watching the traffic and the crowding. So in terms of the outdoor drink serving, as I said, so far the guidance on to-go containers is that you can take them to go. So they're served in to-go containers if they would be with a lid. If a person chooses to enjoy them, directly adjacent to the wall of the building, we are happy to put tables out without much seating. We weren't thinking that seating might be a good option. We would put high boy tables, which are cocktail tables, and allow people to enjoy their drink right before exiting. But we would do much more than that, and we're happy to cut off the access of it to the boat traffic, because I do know that that tends to get rowdy.
Okay, I would just say, and then I'll stop. I would suggest drinking inside. It's just not beneficial to have drinking outside. And I understand it's amenity to enjoying the experience, but they don't need to drink after they've had the experience. And I'll stop.
Understood.
I just want to add, I just wanted to add as a final note on our side, they've been most gracious. This event ends at 10 p.m. maximum on the weekends, 9 p.m. on the weekdays. We're not looking to disturb our neighbors. The added security, the added trash cans, if we have to add additional, we would be more than happy to take any suggestions. As far as the to-go, we have security that will be moving people and supervising the exterior, so people are not urinating on the grass or disturbing the neighbors. The point is not to disturb the neighbors. We had discussed the hours, and these were the hours that kind of really made sense, so that we kept the integrity of the project, because it is a high-end art exhibit, and we want to bring commuters to the area, but we also don't want to ruin the area. I don't think we haven't had a problem with beverages as they are at present. Adding wine or beer, I'm not sure it's going to change the way it's happening, because we're already serving beverages outside. So I hope that they take into consideration that these exhibits are struggling as it is. I don't know if she'll ever really reach the half of capacity that she wants, but we are trying to encourage art to come back to New York, and we hope that the community works with us.
Michelle, I have one last comment, and then I'm going to relinquish.
Go ahead.
It's just that, and I understand that, but I think the concerns, and I know you started off with a lot of different things, our concerns are quality of life, and for me, Pier 35. And as you mentioned, people take their drinks and they go out. There's no seating out there, so they go to the nearest seating area, which is Pier 35. What we're seeing in the morning is a lot of the food and a lot of the drinks, not necessarily all from this exhibit, but what we are asking for is mitigations that will help, whether they are trash cans or bathrooms. And as Susan mentioned, considering not having alcohol at that cart, the food and the drinks are fine, or soft drinks, but not having alcohol. So those are the concerns, or at least my concerns, that we're talking about, not about social distancing and any other things.
Thanks, Trevor. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, after hearing that conversation, that I spend a lot of time down there, and I agree that just as I said at the beginning, that the most likely outcome of having an outdoor beverage situation is going to be that people will bring it to the pier or to the walkway under the FDR. I mean, that's just a logical thing. I mean, I don't know where else they'd go. And as I noted, that's illegal. We're allowed to have to-go beverages. That is correct. What you're not allowed to do is drink those beverages outdoors in a public space. So I think, that's a legitimate concern. The pier is not so big. We want to be able to local residents can also continue to use it, and for it to not be overridden with trash and all that stuff. So I'm just going to go on record that I would vote against having the outdoor outdoor beverage cart just because of the logistical challenges of that, especially since it's not near, you're not near a subway there. You're going to be walking somewhere else to get home or whatever. I think people probably aren't going to be drinking in Ubers if they're leaving. So the logical conclusion that I'm drawing, and I wonder what other committee members think, is that people will be drinking adjacent to that property, either on the pier or on the walkway, or in the neighborhoods, leading back up to the subway, which already suffers from traffic, not traffic, but trash problems that the city, just is underserved area on the blocks up to the Essex Street station, or to the station on Madison and on Essex. So I'm just curious if any other committee members have any thoughts about that specifically.
I agree. I mean, outdoor license, you're gonna have people drinking in the park and urinating nearby. I don't want that.
Anyone else from the committee?
I just want to ask one question.
Go for it.
What is this high-end exhibit? Yeah. And what's the ticket prices?
The exhibit is, I wouldn't call it high end. I would call it kind of brand new because it's based on digital.
Well, people throw that at us all the time about high end, which means it excludes. From my mind, it says it excludes a certain amount.
There is a paid ticket, so in that way, it's certainly not all inclusive. The tickets begin at $39.99, which we believe is quite reasonable for New York. They go all the way up to $120, which is an added value ticket that gets you date night for an hour with your partner on a special seat inside the gallery.
No, it's okay. I just want that. 39 is not high end. So using that as a stuff, it says inclusive. And I would agree with those who have already expressed their opinion that I would not like to see that cart affair.
Okay, thanks, Herman. Ellen or Paul?
I agree with Herman and you.
Okay. All right. Oh, Ellen, go ahead.
I don't have anything additional to add.
Okay, thank you.
I think there were two people who raised their hand, Fanny and Tommy.
Oh, yeah. So Dasha, they're not committee members. So I'm just talking to committee members right now, but thank you.
I just want to add that the cart is operational. It's just that at this point it's serving snacks and drinks, not alcohol.
Right, I
So
understand.
it
I
would
think that the
still be-
opposition that we have is to the beer and wine being served at an outdoor concession, not the existing food and just because, as I said, it's illegal to consume those beverages outside when there's no seating, and because there's no seating, it's a public walkway, as Trevor noted. It just doesn't make sense that people would not be drinking that in the pier as a result, or in the surrounding neighborhood. Okay, Trevor, anything else you want to cover? I have all the things that you sent us as potential mitigations, so once we go to the making of a resolution, we can talk about those, if that works.
Yeah, and some of those are going to drop off because we're not adding the liquor to the outdoor portion, but I still would like to see trash cans. And I know they've provided some, just a natural assumption that people are going to take that food elsewhere. There is security, and as she mentioned, they have security in front and in back. It's just that it can get messy back there when 3 boats show up and 2 of them are party boats, and you have people going to the Van Gogh exhibit. It can be quite a show. And there was already a fight there, not related, but whoever caused it the other night.
Okay, thanks, Trevor.
Of the summer.
Excuse me. All right. If anyone here from the community would like to speak on this, just a reminder, it's already 10 o'clock. I think that we're probably, if I had to guess, past some version of this resolution, but without, as I noted, without the outdoor liquor license extension. So if anyone from the community has any, I would say, constructive ideas about how to mitigate these issues, similar to what Trevor was talking about, that would be most helpful for the committee as we make this resolution. So with that in mind, if you're here from the community, please put your hand up and I'll give you 2 minutes. The first hand I saw was Val. believe is Arval.
I can go last. Tommy and Fanny had their hand up, and I think
Okay.
Sally is on the phone. Sally Strong.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So then Fanny, you guys see your hand next. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I have an idea on how to mitigate Trevor's problems. How about not giving them the license at all? I mean, you know, that would solve everything, I would think. That would be easy enough. Yeah, hi. I'm a resident of Gouverneur Gardens. I live right on Montgomery Street. So as you know, Montgomery is the main throughway right there to the connection to everything over there. So pretty much almost everybody that is going towards the exhibit to Pier 42 to Pier 35 is pretty much going through Montgomery Street. And I just want to say, the reason why I'm not supporting this liquor license at all is because of our experiences with the boat cruises that are there. I know that they're starting up again and it's not even full summer. And, you know, when they get off the boat, it's like they are trashed and we get the after effects of it. You know, we get the vomiting, we get the urinating, we get the screaming, the loud, because they are, again, it's like they got to walk through Montgomery, you know. So I really don't want the exhibit to add to that. I really don't. I understand, you know, you're going to close up at an hour earlier. You're going to close up the alcohol an hour earlier, but that doesn't mean anything to me because we're still going to get those people walking through there. And, you know, and we have seniors, we have kids. So we don't need to add on to that already. And the other thing is, you know, traffic has already been bad since you guys opened up only a few weeks, and traffic has already been like really bad on Montgomery Street. And with more people coming, and if they're more drunk, so they're going to get more Ubers, more backed up traffic. So, and my last point is that, you know, I thought Basketball City was for basketball. I don't understand why this space is supposed to be for the community is going to be closed to the community for the entire summer. I mean, I thought Basketball City was supposed to be for basketball for the kids. So yeah. So overall, I'm not in support of this liquor license at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Fanny. Excuse me. The next, so Tommy, you want to go?
Yeah, I live down the block a little further, but first of all, I think it was a little disrespectful, you know, to put your stickers all over the community on the sidewalk. I don't know whose idea that was, but if every business in the city is going to put their stickers all over our sidewalks, which I understand is illegal, our community is going to look like a carnival as opposed to the residential neighborhood we live in. So I would appreciate if you guys maybe go out and pick up those stickers because they're kind of disrespectful to the community. The other issue is obviously we don't need alcohol sold on the streets here. There is no good to come from that. And I would like to know a technical question is this license a separate license or who is actually the licensee? Is the income from this going to the Van Gogh exhibit or does it go directly to Basketball City? It's a little unclear from this who is actually where the income or who the licensee is. And the last point I want to make is to sort of back up. Basketball City was intended for the kids of this community to have a part and a place to play in the summer. This community board has let us down in respect. We're supposed to get an accounting from Basketball City from the excess income they get from these special events. And that income, the excess income, a portion of that is supposed to come back directly to the community. That was part of the original contract with Basketball City. And we have never seen an accounting from the NBA events, from all the special events that have taken place, which were not part of the original contract, nor the original lease. And this community is being ripped off. And on top of that, now we're being asked to accept this. So 3 points. Number one, I hope you go out and pick up the stickers you put up all over the community. Number two, I hope we get an appropriate accounting from Basketball City and EDC as to the income the community is entitled to, which could help to fix up our parks and do the work we can. And thirdly, I obviously oppose this liquor license.
Thanks, Tommy. And I'll say the applicants are the event organizers. That's the license holders, not Basketball City. Okay.
I would just like to. I would just like to know. So the income then goes. The contract for this license is part of the original contract or a separate contract with Basketball City.
Susan or Trevor didn't know the answer to that
I
question.
believe it goes to Van Gogh, right? It's the.
I'm happy
Let's hear Dasha.
directly, and I would also love to answer Fanny if I'm allowed. I know Valentina is still waiting to say what you wanted to say, and I know it's super late, guys. I also am still in the office, so just very quickly, putting up floor wayfinding stickers is legal, and we made absolute sure of that before doing that. But now that they've kind of served their purpose, within a couple of weeks they'll be off the street. Regarding the boats, not that they have absolutely whatsoever anything to do with us, but I do understand where you're coming from, Fanny, because I live in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn, and the party boats were a big problem for us there for the same exact reasons. But I do have to say that that street is lined with cafes and restaurants that all have liquor licenses, and none of them have posed a problem being adjacent to the boats. So we are not here to run a hospitality business. We're not here to serve drinks. We're here to show artwork, right? The drinks are completely auxiliary to the experience. So for us, it's a matter of creating an environment where people, if they want to have a cocktail, they would be able to. If they don't want to and they bring their kids, there's ice cream for kids and other things like that. To address Tommy's and Fanny's question regarding Basketball City, I wish that Basketball City was able to run their basketball program this summer, and they said no to us. But unfortunately, they were in a tough spot because of COVID regulations, completely decimating our New York City children's basketball and just overall athletic programs. So we decided that rather than let it sit empty, we would take it and create a theatrical production of unseen proportions. And we think we've done a pretty good job.
Thank you, Dasha. Okay, Val, do you want to go now?
Okay. Tommy somewhat addressed somewhat of my issue. At our last meeting, someone from the Rutgers houses was there. And in terms of those signs, the signs go from the East Broadway station, which is at Madison and Rutgers, and it goes right across the Rutgers houses is where the signs are placed, in front of 38 Rutgers and in front of 54 Rutgers. And then it goes down the side, which is like no buildings on that side of the street, because it goes.
Oh, you go down my block, Val. You always forget my building.
Excuse me, Trevor, it doesn't go past your building. It goes on the side of the street where there's some benches sitting. I went over there and I looked, okay? So it goes on the side, it goes down. Let me finish what I'm saying. I didn't interrupt you. Okay. So I saw the signs. The signs start at the East Broadway station, which is Rutgers and Madison. There's a sign there. It goes down in front of 38 Rutgers and in front of 54 Rutgers. Then it goes straight down the street next to a park and where some people are sitting on benches. My issue is this. It goes, the folks of Rutgers houses are trampled on. And so my question is, what are you doing for the people of Rutgers houses? We had somebody at our last meeting that talked about the fact that very often Rutgers houses is swarmed. And so when I went over there, I looked, and that's where I saw the round yellow go this way sign. So what are you doing for the people of Rutgers houses? Because I would assume that, and let me not even say assume, I watched all of the people go down right in front of Rutgers houses and go straight down. I don't know what they did once they got to the end of Rutgers Street, but they went right past 38.
Madam Chair, I appreciate lots of this conversation, but we are
Yes, I understand, Herman.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Yeah. So Val, I think that maybe is there a possibility that Dasha or someone can give Val your email address and you guys can address these issues offline, because we're here to adjudicate the liquor license.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm happy to take this offline and talk about the wayfinding stickers, which I understand are too much, right? Especially on the Rutgers House side. But we wanted to make sure that people can get there from the subway because.
Oh, no, I understand that. The issue is much more about the trampling. But anyway, we can take this offline. But
Dasha, you want to send me your email address or whoever the right person is, and I'll send it to Val? Does that work?
Right, that works for me. We'll go through you, Michelle.
Okay, great.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, can I have something to say? Hello?
Go for
Hello?
it. Yeah, is it Sally?
Hello, this is Sally. Can I have something to say?
Yes, go ahead.
I've been on the phone for 4.5 hours, and I thought I was very patient. I heard everybody liquor license from whatever street they are. So I like to have
I
my
understand.
say
Go
before you
ahead.
go home.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm speaking now. I live behind Basketball City, right on the corner of the building on Montgomery and Water Street. And my big issue is that when people leave the exhibit, you cannot walk down the street, day or night. The reason is they walk 4 abreast. They will not step aside where you can walk down to get to your building. You have to ask them, can they move over? Why should residents in the community have to walk in the street because they refuse to cooperate with the residents at Gouverneur Gardens to walk 2 by 2 and not 4 by 4? That's my complaint number 1. As far as the exhibit and the party boats, we always had an issue. And if they're going to relieve themselves, you know where they relieve themselves? On the corner of my building in a garden. That's where they relieve themselves. Sometimes they sit in front of the building and have lunch or have their beer or whatever. And that's a quality of life that Gouverneur Gardens do not need. So those are my issues. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sally. Is there a way that we can get
piggyback that comment? This is Cheryl Jackson. I also live in Gouverneur Gardens.
So let me just, I apologize. This committee
Yeah,
is
it's getting
only
very
to
late. I
adjudicate
just
the
like to stick to the topic, and the topic is the liquor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, specifically to the issue of a liquor license. I think that so far the Van Gogh exhibit has been handled fairly well. We have to expect that obviously there will be crowds, but in terms of the liquor license, because you've operated fairly well without liquor, you've had snacks and you've had drinks, I am opposed to liquor either inside or outside, specifically because of people's behavior afterwards. Never mind the trash or where they throw things or even where they decide to relieve themselves. There are other behaviors as well, and we have had to deal with lots of noise in this neighborhood, people loitering outside of our building, people that come by car that play loud radios. So that's bad enough, and I don't think we need to exacerbate the issue by having liquor inside or outside, so I'm opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I would say, Dasha, it seems like you maybe need to reach out to the people at Gouverneur Gardens. And Val has her concerns about Rutgers, so that would be, I mean, unfortunately, this is just not the right place to talk about the street blockage, et cetera. So I see Lee Berman, you have your hand up if you'd like to speak.
Yes, I will make this quick in light of the time. I would ask this committee to deny the request for alcohol inside as well as outside. As Dasha pointed out, they're trying to make an experience for the art show. You can make, and you said that you don't need alcohol to make the experience a positive experience for the show. I would urge you to not include the alcohol. This community does not need additional alcohol served with no services, where people have no other place to urinate once they leave, except against the buildings or in the park, not just Pier 35, but as well as East River Park,
by the Corlears Hook ferry terminal, or even in the amphitheater. We see the results of people drinking in the park after every illegal event next to the dock. We don't need an additional one. Thank you very much.
I would like to respond to Mr. Berman to say that our crowds are not illegal, and it's erroneous to say that I said that it's not required for the experience. What I said is it's auxiliary to the experience. To clarify that completely, there is a legend about Vincent van Gogh enjoying absinthe, and absinthe would be served in this bar, and absinthe is a quite disgusting thing that we don't expect a lot of people to drink a lot of. So this is more of a thematic cocktail bar, if I may just call it that. Really, the biggest concern that everybody seems to have is with people's behavior, and these people are coming off the party boats, which again, I stress that we don't have a thing to do with, but we are in touch with the waterways to ensure that crowd control is both of our responsibility. And so on our end, I can promise that we are already taking serious steps toward making sure that this is a safe and enjoyable experience for all.
And I wanted to add, as the last comment from the applicant, they've done this in 3 major cities already with no incidents or disturbances to the community. If anything, they've been welcomed there. And we understand that the quality of life in that community has been significantly affected by the activities in the area, but they have a track record. They're not looking to disturb their neighbors once again, and they are most certainly not looking to disturb your neighbors. So we hope that this application is taken in its totality, that we can work out any of the issues, and going forward, we hope that we are in fact a good neighbor going forward, because we want to come back to New York again.
Then I would
Okay,
just suggest that you said it's auxiliary. That means it's not mandatory. And it sounds like you're having a great exhibit without it. And all the negatives that are added to the community, to the quality of life, outweigh any possible benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Okay, committee, if you're all right, I'd like to move this into making a resolution with Trevor's help on the stipulations. Is that okay?
It's fine with me. I think some of these issues should have been taken up at one of the committees of
I
the
agree.
community board. So
I agree. I mean, they still can be. This is ongoing for the next couple of months. So,
yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question, Dasha. Are there going to be live performances?
Well, I'm sorry. Can you clarify?
In the application, it's suggested that there would be live musical performances. Is that still something that might happen?
If we have live performances in partnership with a musical establishment that has their own thing going on, it would be held indoors.
Right. I'm asking because that's part of our stipulation package, is that we generally say no live music unless that's our stipulation. That's our standard stipulations. What I'm trying to understand is, do you want to have
We're certainly not planning to have live performances. Our show goes to a recorded track.
Right.
And that recorded track is essential to the experience.
That's
so
fine. Recorded background music is totally fine, but the application was a little unclear to me whether or not there was going to be.
Right.
You understand? Okay.
Yes, and just so you know, the outside music, the music is indoors, so we're not disturbing with sound right now because the sound is indoors. So we anticipate that even if there's loud live music, it would be inside where we wouldn't be disturbing our neighbors. And as you know, Pier 36 is enclosed. You
Right,
know, and
I'm just
sounds-
asking if you're planning to have it or not, because I need to write into the
Let's-
resolution and the stipulations whether you plan to have it. It's just, it's like a yes or a no.
Okay, can we put in yes? Because if they have it or they want to have a special event inside, we don't want them to violate any of the terms with the community board. So we want to have the option whether we use it or not, which it doesn't look like we're using that option. So the answer is yes.
Okay, and I'm not guaranteeing you obviously if this will pass, but is it going to be amplified? Like would you be using?
Yeah,
we are not able
similar to what's there.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Aurelia. We are not able to have amplified sound because there is not enough power in this venue for us to run the show and all of our various electricals.
All right, so I'm just going to unscheduled, non-amplified live musical performances. Sorry, go ahead, David. Okay. All right, so that's how I'm going to leave it for now. Okay. So the thing that I think, guys, that if we're going to vote to approve this, that we need to have very tight stipulations. You know, Trevor sent along some ideas. Trevor, if you wanted to just weigh in here.
Yeah,
I tried to take the suggestions.
Right, the two main things that I'm going to focus on are I think, relatively simple mitigations, and they are bathrooms and trash receptacles. Obviously, we would like to see more than that. And understanding that this event itself isn't the reason for a lot of the problems on Pier 36, and this event itself could actually help this summer with sort of mitigating the issues we have behind that pier, with their offer to put a mural on that back wall and involve some local children to do that. But I do think it's important. I do think it's, you know, what people have said and their concerns are important. And as Val has mentioned, those stickers, which I don't think are a big problem here, because living next to the subway, and I don't know if Val lives right next to the subway, people don't know which way to go. And they do go down the block that I live, which the building that everyone seems to forget, 82 Rutgers. So they go down my block through the Pier 35 to the Pier 36 event for those folks who are coming on the subway. But in order to sort of make this work, I did send along some mitigations that we think will help. And most of them have to do with bathrooms and trash receptacles.
Okay,
And
so Trevor,
I
can you
can
look at the
read
ones
some
that I
of them,
wrote
or
here?
if you
Because I
want to
pulled
go.
them.
Right.
I pulled them from the email that you sent me.
Right.
So that's what I wrote here. It will have security along the entire apron of the premises to curtail any quality of life issues that may come with alcohol service in an already congested and residential area. It will have the necessary amount of cleanup crews, maintenance, and rat-proof refuse and recycling containers along Pier 35 and Pier 36 to address an inevitable increase in, I guess, loose garbage is litter from the influx of visitors to an already strained area. It will deploy staff at the entrance to Pier 36 to mitigate any vehicular, pedestrian, and cyclist conflicts. It will deploy staff to enforce parking regulations and ensure there are no commercial or passenger vehicles illegally parking and blocking egress to local streets. It will work with EDC, SBS, and NYC to ensure that the gates of the premises are locked and unlocked on the proper schedule.
And to be fair, they have addressed a number of these concerns, including the addition of the garbage cans and the security in front of the building. But I want to make sure they are in the resolution so that we can always look back at this.
Okay. So I can say, whereas we can make these whereas clauses. So whereas the
And Dasha
applicant
can give the correct wording for that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so Dasha,
I
can you
just
just describe what's going on with the trash?
We have added trash receptacles throughout the area, specifically next to the carts that we operate, next to the security desks, entrance, exits, and on the entrance to our little square before the entrance to the building. So
Where would that, like how, you mean on the pier, on the water side or on the South Street?
On the South Street side, as well as on the water. So on the days when the cart is outside, there is also a trash can there that is being serviced by our maintenance crew, as well as our food service.
Okay, and what about the security situation? Can you describe that?
Security is, as I said, it's the company that has been used by Basketball City. These guys are all professionals. We have fire guards stationed at exits. We have guards stationed to lead people in and out of our entry from South Street into the parking lot, or whether it's for Uber and Lyft drop off, or whether they're walking in. They are performing bag checks and wanding people down to make sure that no weapons are being carried in. There is always a guard stationed at the main exit and additional guards throughout as needed. We've also been in touch with the 7th precinct, and they've gone through here several times to ensure that everything was to their standard, and they left very happy. Last time I saw them was on June 8th, when they provided detail for our special opening event. And they are lending their presence daily. They haven't had to mitigate any craziness yet. So hopefully it'll stay that way.
What else, Trevor?
The entrance, as you know, it's tricky to get in there, especially as a pedestrian or bicyclist going right in front of Basketball City.
Yeah.
Have you thought about how to make sure that entrance is safe for people coming in and also for people who cross that path? Because there's lights, but the lights only control the vehicular traffic.
Right. 2 security guards that are stationed at South.
I just wanted to add, the hours are early enough that even though there may be a minor security concern, she took all the other measures with her team because of the early hours. I don't think security is an issue there, Trevor. I don't think they close at 9 p.m. and they open at 9.
Can we continue, please?
No. So I would say no, but if people, the concern is just about people, because the bike path has it has a yield thing on the path, but there's no actual place for pedestrians to cross elsewhere.
We have traffic.
So it doesn't matter what time it is. Yeah.
We have traffic regulators.
You do have traffic regulators.
Yeah. They're security personnel that are trained to regulate this particular area of traffic.
Thank you. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We saw that as a potential issue right away, and we wanted to make sure that we were properly staffed up to do that.
Okay, great. Okay.
Suggestion.
And what about, sorry, Lee, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'd like to add something to suggest something to item 14. There are still Ubers stopping at the on-ramp to the FDR Drive to let people in and out of cars. So something could be added in addition to parking and blocking egress to local streets to prevent vehicles from stopping to pick up and discharge.
I'm sorry, that's unfortunately out of our purview. That's something that Uber would have to work on, because we cannot stop people from telling their Uber to stop wherever they want. All we can do is guide them inside our square in front of the entrance.
Your traffic control people, I think, are responsible for telling those vehicles to not stop there.
They definitely attempt to do it with every vehicle.
It's an extremely dangerous condition. Thank you.
I agree.
So you're saying that people, so you have a staff out there who's trying to direct them into the parking lot, but sometimes they just walk past, they go past?
We have during and before opening hours, a team of security personnel out by the entrance who are leading cars into the parking lot, leading in Ubers for drop off and pickup, and not, you know, they're just doing it for us. They're doing it for the people that are dropping off Ubers for the cruises.
Right.
It's just that there is very little that individual people can do about Uber drivers who are also individuals and decide to stop wherever they want because they
Okay.
don't even know how to drive.
To
yet.
Lee's point, we can add that we can ask for their security staff to direct the Uber or the for hire cars to pick up and drop off inside of Basketball City.
And please
It
note that
will-
we additionally have signage for Uber and Lyft drop off and pick up in separate places so that they can drop off and pick up separately. That leads to additional traffic mitigation. Right, and we're
And
telling
what-
people to
yeah.
park in the lot or park out on the street, and we lead them down South Street to find street parking, but absolutely not to double park. That's annoying.
Okay, Trevor, what do you think about this? About the
No, that's fine. And 14, as I mentioned earlier, that gate is now open at 7 a.m., Dasha?
Yes, our security personnel opens the gate first thing when they get in. That is about 7 a.m., sometimes 6:30.
That's fine. We
and
did not have
close
that
it-
before. Go ahead. You close
Right,
it.
we are collaborating with New York Waterways. We close it at dusk, and we are collaborating with New York Waterways to ensure that gates are closed and locked properly. If they have
Previously-
a cruise, then they let us know in writing that they'll be closing the gate that day.
I appreciate that. And I wish that EDC had talked with us about that.
To get them all in the same room, but everybody.
Yes, understood. Because we've had that problem for quite some time. And one thing I'd like to add, and it may just for the Pier 35 issue, being the founder of that particular group, is that, and I know we can talk offline to work with the Friends of Pier 35, not only for the increased traffic to that particular area, but to talk about having events that sort of where people were going to that area anyway to do something at the Pier 35 also.
Yeah. I just one more note, Michelle, I'm sorry if you don't mind. I wanted to say that it's incorrect to say that we're serving Southern barbecue. That's a little.
Oh, I looked at the menu. It looked like it was barbecue food. No,
It was.
the menu that I had was like ribs and.
The menu. No. I'm sorry. I'm happy to submit a menu. We submitted a sample, and then we started working with our food service team.
Okay, so what kind of food is it?
And a full menu. These are mostly savory snacks. I would say there are several sandwiches that feature smoked cheeses, strong
Can I say
flavored
cafe
meat.
food?
Yes, cafe food, I would say. Cafe food, there is, as I mentioned, there's
We don't really need any of those. It's a temporary thing for a couple of months.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
here
Okay.
80 more
I
days.
just, but I saw the menu and I thought it was barbecue. So, okay, Trevor, anything else?
Just the work with the Friends of Pier 35 group.
I don't think
Okay.
we can, well, I'm concerned about putting that into method of operation for the SLA.
So, okay, if you think, I'm going to
It's
accept
not-
Dasha's commitment.
They can't, it's not something the SLA can do.
Agreed. It's 10:35. I'm going to accept Dasha's commitment. We can.
Okay.
continue.
Okay. All right. All right. Great. Committee, anything to add?
What
Go ahead,
happened?
Raj.
Can I?
Go ahead.
So the request for the request for outdoor alcohol sales on Pier 36 near the main exit. Where are we on that?
The
Is that
committee
still-
voted against that. I did a straw poll. We all voted against it.
Right. So in here it has a.
No.
What did the
I took it
applicant
out.
say? Is the applicant going to withdraw that request?
Doesn't really matter.
I
As
mean,
I
we're not going to pass it, so.
noted, I don't make
Well-
this decision on anything. I am here as a representative of the organization.
Okay, I have a whereas that we could possibly add that it's not long. That
Okay.
would emphasize to the SLA that this is a really bad idea. I can drop it in the chat for you and then I'll.
Yes, that'd be
read it
great.
for
That'd be
people.
great,
Okay,
that'd be
so
great,
I'm dropping
David.
it
Yeah.
now here. And just to quickly read it, whereas the applicant's request for outdoor alcohol sales on Pier 36 near the main exit from the exhibition would clearly facilitate public drinking, particularly on the adjacent Pier 35 and in the area under the FDR Drive. Since there aren't any public restroom facilities in the area, that would lead to public urination. I mean, unless people who are much more familiar think that it's just pointless, I think we should add that. Or if there's anything inaccurate about,
copy and paste.
like, is it Pier 35 nearby? Is there better work
would
there
put-
under the FDR Drive?
I don't know if I put the public
I
urination.
would add that I've never seen a stipulation talking about public urination.
Yeah, I don't
would
think
add
we-
that it's disingenuous.
Right.
Additionally, we're not encouraging public urination. You have the right to
No,
send
I
a
know.
letter to
Okay,
the
all right.
SLA.
Can I
We
talk a
understand.
second?
Okay, thank you. We're not talking about
It would be in the
stipulation.
I
it would
think
not be in the
what David put
stipulation.
in, but we should leave out the public urination.
Okay.
Okay, just point out that there aren't any public, can we leave that? There aren't
Well,
any public
let me
restroom
put
facilities
this,
in
I'll
the
put that
area.
first. I already put a resolution, I already put a clause for that. Should I not put this, Susan? To patrons urinating outdoors around Pier
Yeah, I don't
35.
think we should be talking about urinating in this. I really don't.
Okay, well, I'll just put there no public
And
bathrooms.
it's really not the SLA concern also. I mean, it's our concern.
I understand, I know,
And
okay.
we have the public bath, we already put in the public bathrooms.
Yeah, that's why I took out the part, okay. Anything else, committee?
Look, we can do it if they do it in the pattern of a Starry Night, right?
Okay, anything else, committee, that you want to see in here? Okay. All right. I'm going to move this to a vote. Just to reiterate, these are the hours: 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday. You'll have a closed fixed facade, so no doors open, especially if you're doing any live performances. It'll play ambient background music. It may have unscheduled, non-amplified live musical performances. Will not have DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event which, well, you can't have that. There's charging a fee, and it is scheduled. These I think are probably moot, but we'll just put it in there. It's our standard. We have a necessary amount of Clio crews, and we'll deploy staff to guide for hire vehicles. And it's September 6th, 2021, right? Okay.
Isn't there a typical language we would use in the STIPs about not using the outdoor space for serving alcohol?
This is a totally different type of venue, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna move this to a vote unless there's any opposition from the committee. I've lost my screen controls. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, stop share. Okay. Michelle Cooper Smith, yes. David Crane,
Yes.
Herman Hewitt,
Yes.
Paul Sierros,
Yes.
Ellen Liu.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll send you these stipulations tomorrow morning. Please sign and return them as expediently as possible. We appreciate your time. We appreciate everyone's on the community's time. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Val.
Thank
very
you,
sorry,
everyone, for
Thank you.
being so gracious.
Thank you for your time. Okay, committee, don't kill me, but we kicked the can on this last week.
It's all written. I mean, all you need to do is read it and see if you like it.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna share my screen again for district needs. Okay, so basically, thanks to the office for updating the stats on this. This is, these are based on the district needs that we did last year this committee did last year. This should read full year 23 by the way. So talking about noise complaints,
I took out all the stuff about, COVID-19 that was no longer relevant.
Right, about like businesses struggling and everything.
Yeah, about we don't know what's going to happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I heard the pandemic's over, so. So we have this in here. Unfortunately, it appears that the majority of businesses do not comply with that outdoor dining guidance, which I think we've heard over and over. I don't have any objections to that. We received many complaints, especially when with places using amplified sound outside, which as we know is illegal unless you have a permit. And as Susan said, the NYPD is not giving any permits for that at the moment. There's been an increase in complaints. Here's like the other, here are the complaints from past years. This is weird how this is formatting, but that's okay. Talking about saturation and just overall problems, not with any one license, but with the general situation here, quality of life issues, asking for enforcement. Another thing that we've heard over and over again that the city and the state do not enforce, either off the, because of a lack of desire to do it, or in some cases, like from the state, from the lack of resources. We learned today that the state only has 23 enforcement agents for the entire state, which I would argue is not enough for Lower Manhattan. So that's deeply concerning. And I know it's something that Susan's been working on about, funding that kind of thing. The one thing that doesn't really make sense to address right now is sidewalk cafes, because as you know, there's a city text amendment proposal. We're going to be hearing it as a joint item between land use, SLA, and transportation in July. I went to a briefing about this. It's basically changing the way that sidewalk cafe licenses are issued in the city. I don't know. We'll get the briefing on it, but it seems very different. So we're just going to hold off on making these changes until we have that information. Our district needs aren't due until we'll vote on them finally in October, right, Susan?
Right.
Okay.
So is there anything that people think needs to be stated that's a need that's not in here?
And you guys all have the Word copy I sent it to you earlier.
I agree with most of the stuff. They're pretty right on everything, especially that the Sidewalk Cafe should close like earlier.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that they're
we're gonna
proposing
rewrite.
potentially. They're potentially proposing like 12 a.m. everywhere. So, but again, that's something that we'll hear more about from the Department of State Planning in July. And again, this is not your last chance to weigh in on this. If you want to think about it more, it's going to come back
Anything
to us. So.
anything about the open streets?
They're going to be present next month.
Yeah, so that's, I guess, well, so we don't deal with open streets, Paul. We would deal with whatever open restaurants becomes. If it just more, like if sidewalk cafes are morphing into open restaurants, which I think is what it is, that's what we would address. The open streets, that would be a little different. So we're going to hear from DCP about what is actually the plan.
It's open streets - restaurants. So we're dealing with
right, but not open streets like
right. There's different kinds of open street programs. We'll be dealing and we'll be hearing the text amendment that's going to concern the sidewalk and roadbed use for open street restaurants. So that you'll get more than you want of that next month.
Yeah, Paul, you want to come into an extra meeting next month?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay, cool. Anyone else from the committee? Again, we're going to have time to look at this, but thank you to the office for doing all the heavy lifting on this. Okay, if I'm not hearing anything.
You look at the number of, I would like people just look at the number of complaints for this year as opposed to what.
Hold on, let me add them up.
Well, the total, the non-compliance, it's 9,000 complaints. I have the total there.
Oh, up here, wait.
No, when you go down further.
Down there, compliance.
Yeah, go back up.
Go back
Why am I
up.
missing it? Oh,
Okay,
here.
right there.
Yeah, stop right there.
Total complaints, March 20 to March 21, 9,000.
That's a lot compared, that's triple.
Well, there's categories of
So
complaints.
it's getting better.
We never even had before.
You mean like reopening complaints?
They need
Yeah.
to get, that's because there's no cops. I mean, it's a free-for-all. I see it and I have to go, like I'm leaving right now this meeting. I have to go back up in division, make sure everyone gets the fuck out of there. It's the same story. The little park is crazy. All the parks are crazy. No one's listening to anything.
Well, if you read the paragraph above it, it says complete lack of enforcement as a designated city policy.
I know. I deal with it every night. Last night I had to go with drug dealers. Then it's another group, and then it's another group. You just can't get rid of them.
All right, well.
I'm actually pretty
This is
surprised it's
depressing.
only 9,000.
Okay, so we'll consider, unless someone comes up, you know, something before next month, I don't want to keep revisiting it again and again. If someone comes up, other than the sidewalk cafe, we'll consider it finished.
Sure, that's fine with me. Anyone else want to add anything or say anything else?
Or
Getting a
suggest,
no from David.
or suggest it before the meeting next month.
Okay.
Susan, can I ask you a question? Because you talked to the 7th. I mean,
Yeah.
can they ramp up? Because I talk to them all the time too. And thankfully they send me like cars all the time. Can they ramp up? I mean, can they get some more funding? I mean, it's just
No.
not, for down here, it's just not enough cops.
It's nothing they can do about it. They can request cops for specific events, you know, like we just got a bunch more in the East Village to be in Tompkins Square Park, but they can on a regular basis. They get what they get.
That's great.
This is second smallest precinct in the city.
Wow. The 7th is?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have like the most bars and everything else.
Yep.
It's unfortunate.
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been a long night. I appreciate your time as always, and it's a difficult one, but it's important what we do. So, all right, so I'm gonna do our last vote for the evening. Michelle Cooper Smith, present. Jesse Beck is not with us anymore. David Crane.
Present.
Herman Hewitt.
Present.
Ellen Liu.
Present.
Paul Heroes.
Present.
Thank you so much. Paul, if you want to like bring me a drink when you leave, I would not be opposed to that. Just kidding. I think we all need one after tonight and Wednesday. I'm gonna see Herman there. I know it. Okay, guys. I'll see you all. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you, Garrett.
Bye.